Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 4th, 2025 meeting of Glendale's Charter Review Committee.
Thank you. Can we have roll call, please? Thank you. Can we have roll call, please?
Committee member Durham,
Here.
Flower,
Here.
Caribbean, Hartunian,
Here.
Carpetian,
Here.
Manasarian,
Here.
Meek,
Here.
Megardician, Miller,
Here.
Povolitis,
Here.
Smith, you.
All right. That takes us to the first item on the agenda, business agenda, report from the recording secretary.
Report of recording secretary reposting of agenda. The agenda for the September 4th, 2025 Charter Review Committee meeting was posted on on August 29th, thank you, 2025 on the bulletin board outside of City Hall.
Thank you. Item 3, oral communications.
Chair,
This-
just a question regarding the agenda.
Sure.
Are we going to have, how many more members do we expect to have here today?
I think we may have one person coming late, but, or this might be it.
This may be it?
Yeah.
Okay. So given that, I'd like to open up the discussion regarding the agenda
As to,
as to one of the items.
do you mean jump right to one of the items?
No. I'd like to bring up one of the items, and I'd like to discuss postponing that.
Can we talk about the postponement when we get to that item on the agenda?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go ahead with oral communications. Discussion at this time is limited to items not a part of the agenda. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. The committee may question or respond to a speaker, but there will be no debate or decision on those matters. The Charter Review Committee lead may refer the matter to staff for further investigation and report.
Chair,
Are there
we
any
have-
members of the public who wish to speak?
Chair, we have 0 callers and 4 speakers.
Okay, let's take the speakers.
Okay, Alan Dish.
Chair Flower, testing. I hope it works. Yes, thank you. Chair Flower, Commissioners, good evening. My name is Alan Dish. I would like to defer to the chair. First, of course, good afternoon. If you have time, yes, or if it is allowed, I would like to defer my time. If not,
To another speaker?
to another speaker, yes, Mr. Herbert Milano, who I think has a presentation also, but
I'm fine with that. I understand that that is a new rule up to council, and I'm happy to do it here.
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Milano, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Is this working?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Members of the Charter Review Committee, my name is Herbert Molano. Thank you for allowing me to address this issue, or these issues. About once a generation, we get to review the charter. This is your job now, and it's so important that for the next 20 years, perhaps, whatever you decide here is going to impact the way the city works. I've been presenting these issues and ideas about amendments to the charter since January 17. And not many of those have actually come forth or been brought by the chair for your discussion. And it's part of the duties of the chair to present and guide you in this process so that they get discussed because they're important. Today, I am bringing 3 of those, and here are the 3. And here's my concern. The city of Glendale, in the past few years, past 4 years or so, has issued close to $500 million in bonds without direct voter approval. And I don't think that should ever exist in different bond issues. I think it is the prerogative of the public to vote on indebtedness of this nature, and that big. But there's another problem. It is that the city, in addition to those bond issues, has an incredibly weak audit committee. It has no teeth. These individuals do not initiate, they don't meet frequently enough. So you have now a combination of a lot of money coming in and very little effective oversight. And there's another problem. that the city has also last year promoted a Measure A. And Measure A, what it does, it removes the requirement that allows for the staff to direct bids, evaluate them, the most qualified bids, and select the lowest bid. They removed that, or they should say the voters removed that. But how could the voters remove such an essential guardrail? It's because there were no arguments against it on the ballot. None. How could that be? So the charter amendments, which you have copies of, addresses those issues, that we must have a second contrary opinion, right? A balancing opinion to any charter amendment that goes before the public. Otherwise, it should not go there. But I want to extend it even further so that it becomes a practice during city ordinances, that there is somebody effectively charged with giving warning or ideas with regard to what can go wrong if you pass that ordinance. And I put examples of major issues that have put us into debt to the tune of billions of dollars, because that did not exist. So that's going back 25 years. So I've been doing this for a long time. I beg you to look at these suggestions, because they put the guardrails with regard to proper financial constraints, proper financial oversight, and full and clear transparency. These are the three concepts that I want to emphasize. But there's a problem, and it's a serious problem that we have today. When I spoke against Mr. Povilaitis to be chair back in January 17, there was a reason for that. It is because he has a vested interest in the city more than you think, because he is an insider. He worked for the city for 30 years. The status quo worked for him. And I think most of you listened because you did not approve his nomination to be chair. And then we had Mr. Flower make a presentation. And in his presentation, he didn't state once that he was an experienced city attorney for 20 years for other cities. And that was valid and relevant information that should have been disclosed. Mr. Flower has also written or co-written a series of pamphlets on ethics in city attorney practice. And I think that his inability or his unwillingness to disclose such an important and valid statement that you should have known that he is part of his of the insider trade of defending a city and defending its employees. If I were in a position like him, I would be thinking, well, if I come onto this committee, my firm or myself, I may get a nice hefty contract from the city if I perform in a way that this committee has limitations with regard to what it can discuss. That's my impression, and that's my opinion, Mr. Flower. And so I am making the suggestion, and I plead to Mr. Flower to step down as chair, because you failed to give to this committee that incredible and important information regarding your status and your experience as an insider, as a person who defends the status quo, that defends the cities, that defend. If we were to pass an ordinance or a suggestion of a charter amendment that the city passed, should we say, did not want and did not want to execute, it would be someone like him and his firm who would be protecting the city against the public. In other words, to me, it's a conflict of interest, the way that I see it. And this is my opinion. If I had been sitting on that chair or one of these open chairs, I would have moved to make sure that you remain as a member so that you can give us the insight, the opportunity to look at the Pandora's box that is city governance and to say, wait a second, I have ideas on how you can protect the public, because in your experience, you know what can go wrong. You know where the fraud is, right? You know where the insider activities take place. You know that because it's in your confidentiality with the cities that you protect. But if you were part of the committee giving us that information, he would say, you know, I suggest this for the committee to take up because in my experience, this was important. So I invite you to give us that, to give us the value of knowing Pandora's box and not be a chair. Be part of the committee. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Ejmin Hakobian.
committee members. My name is Ejmin Hakobian, and I would like to speak on several issues. One, I would like to bring your attention to a paper that I handed out. These are the violations of the Brown Act and the Roberts Rules of Order that I bring against Chair Flower. And I've presented this to the city attorney, but I want to bring this to your attention as well. As one of the speakers mentioned, I believe Chair Flower should step down based on his violations and the conflict of interest that was mentioned. In addition to that, I fully support Mr. Milano's proposals for charter review amendments, creation of an independent audit committee appointed by State Auditor's Office to provide oversight. Measure A that was passed without any opposition. It removed all the guardrails that are required for city contract selection. I also believe that all measures and ordinances must have supporting and opposing views written down, and that information should go out with the ballot information. Also, I would like to request resend Measure A, if that's what the committee can consider. Measure A removed the low bid requirement for contracts. Lastly, I wanted to also make it a requirement. The city cannot issue bonds without putting a ballot measure for the people. If we are going to be taxed, we should at least have an opinion on it as a bond. So I'm going to go over in more detail in regards to the violations of the Brown Act and how Chair Flower conducted the meeting last time. I've served as a chair and a committee member several times. It's a norm that if you have a very strong opinion on an agenda item, you should pass the gavel to someone else, because the job of the chair is to facilitate the meeting. Your job is not to argue, debate, deflect, or try to sabotage the flow of the meeting. If you recall, committee member Dennis Miller, she wanted to move forward with an action. She mentioned that several times, and then the city attorney eventually intervened and said we should take an action on it. And even though you guys went through all the deliberations, we, the public, did our job providing you all the information. You went through all those steps. We still have this agenda item that was defeated on the agenda again for this session. The trust of the public is eroding away, and it feels like this committee is forced to rubber stamp these agenda items. Please consider removing the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Brooks.
Yeah, I support everything that Herbert and Edgman said, but it's funny when they talked about the chair, I thought it was just me, because I thought it was so bizarre to me what happened last month, because you had a quorum, you were supposed to vote on your recommendation for districts and mayor elected, and you didn't, and I thought it was just my misinterpretation that the chair just sort of said, well, let's just push it till next month and we're not going to vote on it, that must be some sort of violation. It was also, to me, a violation when, at first, I put in 2 cards to talk about the mayors and to talk about the districts, and then when he heard people talking, he said, you know what, let's group it all in one thing. Because people keep mentioning mayors and districts in the same thing, and at the end I said, well, how come I don't get to speak on that? And he said, no, we spoke on that already, even though you sort of changed the rules as you were going down around the dais, you know, by seeing what people were saying, and that seemed to me some sort of strange violation. I think because you didn't vote on it, and you don't even have a quorum today, so now it's going to go into September, I think that's a huge problem. I don't think that you can have trust in a person who actually allowed himself to do that, because it looked to me that he was doing it because he didn't have the votes he wanted. I thought I remembered 7-5, but I could be wrong, but it was very, very strange. And I don't see that you could have somebody like that as your chairperson. So again, it was brought up, and I really thought it was just me, that there must be something wrong with me, that I misinterpreted something. Apparently I didn't. I also believe that what these issues that are being addressed are all about transparency, which the city doesn't have. And dealings that seem to be backdoor dealings that goes on all the time, and rubber stamping that goes on all the time, and not engaging the public and the public having approval, which goes on all the time. I know one of the most important things to me was when people were voting on ballot measures, and I've thought about it all the time, that apparently, I guess, the city attorney writes the pros and cons, if there even is a pro and con. I don't think that should happen. I think that if you are supporting or opposing a measure, that two separate groups should be putting their case forward. Because the way you word something, look, words to me are everything. Everything can be boiled down to math and words. And if you present something to the public like, oh my God, children will starve and children won't have any money to go to school and you have to spend billions of dollars for them, then people vote yes. You have to be transparent about that. You shouldn't have one person, particularly the city attorney, write this, because the city attorney was also the one who wrote the non-policy policy about mayoral selection, and look how that ended up. So I think you have to look into these things. And I would reiterate, they said it much better than I could, everything that they said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that all the speakers?
Yes.
All right. Before we move on to the next item, I do feel the responsibility to respond to some of the things said here. There was a statement that I never disclosed what I do for a living as an attorney representing cities. I believe it was in my application packet, which was made public at the time that the council made these appointments. I remember when we were talking about who should be the chair, that I was asked if I was a municipal attorney. I said yes. That was discussed by this group. Some members of the public might not have been here, and I'm sorry, but I never hid it. I wouldn't hide it. Also, it being suggested that I have some sort of conflict or interest in the city's business. My firm doesn't do any work for the city. I am the farthest, I won't say farthest thing from this, I'm not an insider. I mentioned to Carl before the meeting, I don't think I even knew anybody at City Hall at all. I've never, other than Mike, who I met professionally in passing at a conference, and another member of staff who previously worked at my firm quite a while ago for a brief time. And I didn't even know she worked here until I showed up. So I'm not sure what these accusations are about. They're incorrect factually. So I'll just leave it at that. And I'm sorry if people have some sort of misunderstanding about that, but I haven't hidden anything. As to the events of the last meeting, we were all here. There was the full commission was here because we really made the effort to have everybody here, and I was really grateful for that. We had a robust discussion. There was an extended debate on a couple issues. We did take votes. I'm not sure what that accusation is about. There was continuation of one piece of the discussion, which after we had the vote on whether or not to make a recommendation on districts and a separately elected mayor, the sense was people weren't ready to engage in that other conversations, so we deferred it. But we had taken a vote on the rest of it, which we'll discuss in a minute, so I won't say anything more about that. I'm sorry that there's a misunderstanding. If you have questions about my qualifications, feel free to approach. I'm not standoffish. As to the Brown Act violations or alleged violations, I'll just ask the city attorney if you've reviewed these allegations and if there's anything to them.
Thank you, Chair Flower. We have received the letter. We have reviewed it. We do not believe the contentions here are either not true or do not rise to the level of a legal violation. We do intend to respond in writing to the speaker within the 30-day period required by the statute, and I'm happy to provide a copy of that letter when it's completed to the committee.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So with that, we move to item 4, approval of minutes, and I know that there's already been, I had a couple questions about what, some of the the way some of the minutes are drafted, and I believe Paul did as well. So I'll let Paul raise his issues, and then we can see if anybody else has any concerns or comments about.
Mr. Chair, just so for everybody's benefit, we did hand out a revised minutes just based on the comments we had received. So there's some changes already, but obviously we want to hear from all the committee members who believe that there's some corrections to the minutes that are needed. And
So I'll go to Paul first, and if anybody else has any corrections. Paul?
Okay, Chair, thank you. So in terms of the corrections in blue, is that, am I looking at the right sheet?
correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are more technical in nature, and I don't see any problems with that. If I could reference the red line that I distributed. So what I tried to do was,
I apologize. I don't have a copy.
I handed it to you and Chair.
I know, I've got like 3 different minute revisions now in front of me.
I've got the red lines to the compensation item.
They were, I think, oh, Greg should have distributed. Let me see if I have, maybe I have a spare. Here. No, it didn't come out. Okay, well, I'll walk through them then.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Okay, so I tried to,
So which item?
item 3A. So the third or second bullet, motion to approve a recommendation. So after transitioning from, I answered, because I tried to watch the video and transcribe it as best as I could, and I believe it says, from an at-large method of electing members to the city council to a district-based method of election, comma. This is where it was a little muffled, and so what I put in my red line is as well as, comma, not placing on the ballot an amendment to the city charter establishing the office of mayor. And so no further changes.
As well as not?
As well as not placing on the ballot, because the way it's drafted with or, I didn't want there to be an either or. It's, these were combined together, so it's a little clunky, but I have no
That's
pride.
based on what you went
Yeah,
back and listened.
yeah, so I have no pride of authorship. I'm just trying to match as best as I can the transcript or the video. And then the second, this is probably more material, the committee member who seconded it was Miller. So that
Okay.
should be
So
correct.
if I could just, as well as not placing on the ballot a measure,
On the ballot, an amendment
An
to
amendment.
the city charter establishing. I'm happy to email this to you after the
yeah,
fact.
that'd be great.
So that was it.
Okay.
That was it. It's really nothing major. The other item, which I did email the city attorney's office about, I would request that we find a format to memorialize all motions outside of the minutes. I know some other committees at the city do that. I think, obviously, the record is clear. It's written here. But for the sake of giving access to the public and to easily reference things and for us to, in the future, compile something, I think it would be helpful. So I'd like to have some maybe discussion or consideration if you see a problem in that.
Is there anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. I just want to ask Denise, since you mentioned that you were the second, I don't remember, I didn't go back and look at the tape on that. Is that,
I remember,
Okay.
since it says Manasarian, it wasn't me.
okay. All right. I'm very much glad we corrected that. So we're okay with that? Does anybody else have any concerns or changes? Let's just look at this item 3. How do people feel about,
Chair Flower, respectfully, I do have a question.
On item-
Have you moved to item 3?
that's
On
the one
minutes.
Paul's been talking about.
On the minutes, not item 3 on the agenda.
On the minutes, okay.
One other question, just, I'm a novice at this. In terms of future agendas, and then do we, by practice, memorialize those in the minutes. You know, obviously, they show up when we get the agenda.
Right. Is the question whether the minutes reflect the
Correct.
requests that were, and
Correct.
they don't, but they could. I mean, it's
I
certainly
think
some.
they should.
Yeah.
I looked through previous minutes of the committee's meetings, and I saw it blank pretty much consistently in all of them. And I think it would be just a helpful to record that.
I don't disagree, there is a practice of just doing action minutes in a lot of cases for some cities and some bodies, where they don't record everything that was said in every argument, they simply know what actions were formally taken. And that may be why they're not being included. I don't disagree with that, they
Yeah.
could be included in the minutes.
That's generally, and just to reiterate the point, that is, we generally have action minutes, and that's why they're reflected this way. But, I mean, if there's a request to include the items requested during future agendas, that's not a challenge.
I'm sorry, what's it? Oh, so an action.
An action,
Action
it's just
minutes.
listing the action taken. So
I see.
sometimes
I
minutes
see.
can, summarize the entire deliberation that a body has on a matter. That obviously, that's a little more time
Like in our
consuming.
case, in this one, just to put a fine point on it, there was, Chair Flower brought up the contingent and motions.
Yeah.
Right? I brought up the city attorney treasurer discussion. We had a couple people support that.
And they're on our agenda now.
No,
Yeah.
I know that, but
But that's
I'm
the
just-
kind of thing you want to see.
I'm just saying, 2 bullets, like these 2 things were discussed.
Yeah, like I said, I think we can do that for the future agendas.
Thanks.
And if it doesn't go there, because I know we've asked for other things, at least a list of what we've asked for, because I've frankly forgotten some of the things we've asked for in the early
Yeah,
meetings.
that's a good point. Very good
So that we
point.
could have a list of going, here are the items we need to get through.
Yeah.
In addition to the main charge.
Right. Can I speak to some, just, I meant to bring this up on the agenda, which I didn't, just for the record for everyone. The agenda that was posted initially on the city website on Friday, the 29th, was subsequently updated later that day. So if anybody at home has an agenda and it doesn't match this, it was updated. I think there was just an error. They did the right thing and they updated that. And that's it.
All right, so that was Paul's suggestion for edits to the item 3 in the minutes. Staff brought forward some proposed changes in item 4. Did everybody get a chance to look at that, the changes in blue? Does anybody have any questions, comments about those proposed changes? And for the public who may not see what we're looking at, this goes to item 4, which is to review the proposed charter language regarding council member compensation. And in this case, there was a motion to bring back language for the city charter requiring city council to take a discussion of council salary once every 2 years. And that was made by committee member Karpetian. That item is on our agenda tonight. And then there was a second for Councilmember Meek. Before that was voted on, Councilmember Grivian offered a motion to amend that motion and add additional language regarding setting the minimum salary raised by the council members. And so the correction here is just to call it what it was at the time, which was a motion to amend versus a motion to substitute, which I consider to be kind of a minor correction, really. And then just to note that the committee member who made the motion, which was missing, which is what my concern was, it didn't say who made the motion. And then there was a simple voice vote on that one rather than a roll call. So I suggested that the minutes reflect that. And if anybody has any comments, questions, or concerns about that. I had gone over, listened to the tape, and I asked the staff to do so as well to make sure that that matched. Anything? No? All right. So I would accept a motion to approve the minutes with these changes.
Motion to approve the minutes with those changes.
I second.
All right. There's a motion to approve the minutes with the changes to items 3 and 4 that have been discussed. Second Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Committee Member Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
Yes.
Garibian, Hartunian,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Manasarian,
Yes.
Meek. Yes. Megardician.
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, you.
Chair Flower, before we move forward, I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Okay.
So I recognize, and Attorney Mike Garcia, this is also to you to just keep me in the order that we're supposed to go. But on oral communications, we heard from a number of public. I understand it's an uncomfortable conversation. I understand it's directed at you. Me revisiting it is not intended for anything more than to just explore a couple of things. Does that happen anywhere? I certainly recognize you're the attorney. I recognize that you have the authority, much more expertise in the legal aspect, and you've made your ruling. But I do think that the rest of the committee gets to comment in terms of, it's not lost on me that, for example, I would like to hear a chair, any chair, not specifically you, Mr. Flower. If I was the chair, I would do the same. I'd like to hear you agree to pass the gavel. That is a procedural piece. I'd like to hear that from the rest of the committee here, that if we have public that want to speak, that if there's nobody in the audience and it's the difference between allowing that public one more minute or 3 minutes or whatever, that might be considered. I know that the chair makes those decisions. I recognize this is a volunteer position. I am uncomfortable bringing this up, but for the interest of transparency, I can't let the agenda item go forward without this discussion. That to hear some agreements on some, there have been times as a committee member where I questioned why the public couldn't speak. There have been times as a committee member where, we can play the tapes because I've gone back and self-reflected and self-reviewed. Your perception might be that I comment a lot. My perception is that others comment much more and you give them more allowances. I certainly don't want it to feel like, I'm playing a violin or whatever it is, but I raise things that I believe to be factual to move the meetings forward in a way so that if you are the chair and you have an opinion, which you're allowed to do, that you would pass the gavel. Procedurally, that is correct. That is correct, that you would pass it. And you would say, because sometimes, that's also why I didn't go on to be the chair. I know what's involved there. I knew my facilitation and how much I could speak, and I knew on this, that's why I didn't accept the nomination, per se. But specifically, I guess I asked and then went for it. And again, I want to have this conversation in the most open and honest, respectful way without it feeling directed. Anybody who's in the chair, maybe we could hear from, maybe there's a place in the agenda where you could find out from other committee members if they would like the gavel passed when the chair speaks, so it doesn't feel like or if they would like the public to speak more. Those are the issues I'm trying to raise, not to make it, a Miller versus Flower thing, per se. But I think in the interest of really being the excellent committee that we are, if the seats were switched, I would hope you would do the same to me. Raise the same to me in a meeting I was running, sir.
Perhaps I can just briefly address this so we don't end up having a conversation, which is not agendized. A couple of things. So, yes, I do believe under Robert's rules that the chair passes the gavel. Historically in Glendale, what that has meant, the chair passes the gavel if he or she is going to make a motion, not necessarily to participate, because the chair is also a member of the committee. So that's even the council or the mayor who runs the meetings will only pass the gavel in the event he or she wants to actually make the motion on a particular matter, not necessarily when it comes to his or her time to have the debate. So that's one issue. If anytime the chair makes a ruling on a procedural issue, whether somebody has the opportunity to speak, gets an extra minute, or you want to ask for more time, certainly any member of the commission can make that request of the chair to give the speaker more time, or whatever you suggest, whatever issue might come up. And then ultimately, if there's disagreement with the chair's ruling, any member can ask to appeal the chair's ruling, and then the committee can always overrule whatever procedural issue the chair has raised, or whatever procedural decision the chair has made in running the meeting. That is ultimately appealable. Now, hopefully, we don't ever get to that point. Hopefully, if a committee member would like to request that the chair give a speaker an additional minute when that speaker has asked for that, certainly you can do that, and then the chair can decide whether to do that upon the committee's request. That's typically kind of how it's done. So that certainly, I just want to kind of address, those are some ways we can address those issues. And then obviously we can have maybe we can have a discussion, outside, and maybe I can answer some more of your questions. And then if we need to have a broader discussion about it, we can agendize it. But those are some ways, I think, if you're concerned about particular procedural ruling that the chair makes, then there are some ways to deal with that, to ask him or her to
So
reconsider.
future agenda item is.
If we want to
would
have a
be
full board discussion about it, yes.
And all I would like to say, I recognize, I just want to say in fairness, I do know that you disclosed you were an attorney, and I know that because I asked the question. So for the record and being transparent and fair, so that you know I'm not trying to be one-sided here. But it was in the first meeting for our public who did not catch that.
All right. Thank you. We're now on to item 5, which is staff comments.
I do have one comment.
Okay.
This is sort of an update. I was going to mention in connection maybe to one of the agenda items, but it's probably best to just put it out there at this point. So given that the committee has delved far enough where you've made a recommendation as it pertains to the mayor, directly elected mayor office, and council districts, and council compensation, keeping in mind there may be an additional discussion on sort of giving a backup recommendations in the event the council is inclined to go forward. We as a staff intend to provide an update to the city council at the September 30th meeting. So we will basically just provide them an update of what has occurred to date with the committee, and see if they want to provide any feedback, any direction before we continue on with the remaining items. So I just wanted to, you're obviously all invited. It's an open public meeting, so anybody who wants to be there can be there. If for any reason it changes, if we can't go on the 30th, definitely will not be sooner, but it may be later, but that is the date that we're shooting for, and we'll keep you apprised.
Mr. Garcia, will we see that report before it is transmitted to council, where we have an opportunity to comment on it?
Unfortunately, no, because we can't just provide a staff report ahead of time we don't do it to the council either. So as soon as it's published, as soon as it's public, we'll make it available. But again, all our intent is to lay out, here are the issues that the council directed that the committee study. Here's what the committee studied so far. Here's what's remaining. And do you want to provide any direction on any of the items that have been discussed today, or that the committee has on its plate for the future?
Could we expect that all motions passed that are germane to the matter will be included?
We can do that.
Okay.
And that was the intent.
Yeah, we had a couple early on,
Yeah.
like about meeting location, things
Right.
like that.
Right.
Well,
I kind of forget what we did.
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding. Is this a overall report about all the items that were discussed?
Correct. Yeah, I referenced the districts and council and mayor and compensation, because those are the three immediate items, but it's
Yeah.
everything that the committee's done to date.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff on that point?
I feel like there's a lot of discussions about like how accurate the meeting has to be, what was actually discussed. I think the best record is the actual video recordings that we record every time. I want to know how long the city keeps the actual recording of the meeting. How long does that make?
I'm hesitant to say forever, but it's a very, very, very long time. I mean,
Committee
Yeah.
member Yu brings up a good point. Is the video, which is a YouTube video, the official record?
minutes?
The minutes are the official record, but the video is retained and archived for a long time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Item 6, reports, information. Are there any reports from staff? Okay. Item 7, business items for discussion. A, resolution amending the Charter Review Committee's regular meeting schedule. Do we have a staff report?
Just briefly, the request was made at the last meeting to consider a change in the meeting time to 5:30. We've prepared the resolution for the committee to consider, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff on the proposed resolution or the subject?
I have one question. It was confusing to me. Is this actually written, is the time written in the charter? Because to me, it's an administrative function that could, you had consensus, it could have been done.
Right, for regular meetings of the committees, the Brown Act suggests you should establish that time by resolution, which we did. So the regular time for this meeting is the first Thursday of the month at 5 p.m. This resolution would just change it to 5:30.
Got it. So it's because of the Brown Act and not because of the ordinance language.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
And just for my my education, how many more meetings do we expect to have? Because I believe this is supposed to go on into 2026.
That's correct. So it's a little difficult at this point to say how, we'll be into 2026, that's all I can say. I don't know how far
And
into
then,
it.
is it the committee's discretion in terms of determining when we wrap up our work?
So that's a good question, and that pertains, that'll be a little bit why we're going to get direction from the council on the 30th, like assuming we get through all these items and then we get through chartered, what other items does the council want the committee to focus on?
Okay, yeah.
And keeping in mind, we've gotten direction on some of these things, but there's some charter language we're still going to be bringing back to the committee. And in addition, if the council decides, notwithstanding the committee's recommendation on mayor and districts to move forward, then I would anticipate we'll be coming back and having another discussion about the specific language that might be part of the charter amendment. So that'll take a little bit of time to chew on, I imagine, if it happens.
Yeah, my concern is I did some math. We've spent about 45% of the working time, not including the first 3 meetings, which were just sort of administrative. Yeah. So of the balance of the meetings, we've spent roughly 45% of our time on these items already, the districts, districts and mayor. So there is a lot of stuff we need to get to, and hopefully we'll be given the time to do that.
That's why I asked for the civil service stuff to, let's get going.
Yeah, I agree with you, yeah.
Okay, I agree too. Ready for a motion?
What's that?
Are you ready for a motion?
I would just, this was question time, so I want to let the public speak, and then any comments from the, do we have any public comment on this item?
No.
Okay. Anybody have any discussion on the proposed change in meeting times? We have a couple of members who, because of their jobs, have trouble getting here at 5, and I think it's only respectful to our colleagues that we accommodate them. That's my opinion.
I move to approve the motion as drafted.
Second.
So there's a motion to approve the resolution as presented to change the meeting time from 5 o'clock to 5:30. And a second, can we get a roll call?
Committee Member Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
Aye.
Garibian, Hartunian,
Yes.
Karapetian,
Yes.
Manasarian,
Yes.
Meek,
Yes.
Megardician,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, you.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Next item is 7B, review of proposed charter language regarding council member compensation. Do we have a staff report?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair. So the committee gave us direction at the last meeting to prepare charter language to a document that reduced to writing the concept that the committee coalesced around regarding compensation, and essentially requiring not less than 1 year following each general municipal election. The council determine at a public meeting whether and the extent to which a compensation for council members shall be charged in accordance with the government code. So that's before you, and I think there might be some suggested amendments, but I'll let the committee member address those.
Are there any questions about this for staff before we go to the public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion? Mr. Meek?
It says not later than 1 year following general municipal elections. I know in going to city council, they sometimes will defer something. I'd like to change this to the next meeting or something like that. Can we say, not make that like 1 year exactly at the it has to be addressed?
Well,
I can't keep deferring it.
Sure, but I think the language not later than 1 year following means they have to address it within that 1 year period.
Okay, so they could pick which month of that year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. But they have to do it in that
Yeah,
year.
I think your microphone's not on.
I had my microphone
You're good?
on.
Oh, I was just wondering, are
It was
you,
on.
you got the answer, or an answer that you're satisfied with?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else with questions about the language? Paul, you had distributed, you mentioned to me that you had some additional comments. Do you want to talk about that now, or let the public go first?
Your call.
I'll let you go ahead.
Okay, so I've distributed a red line to the staff's provided red line. And there's just two substantive things that I've added. First, that after the no later than 1 year following each general municipal election, and I'm going to read it out loud for the benefit of those who don't have the red line in front of them, comma, and no less frequently than once every 2 years, comma, the council shall strike consider, replace with determine at a public meeting. So the operative word there is determine. They can't just consider, they have to come to a determination. Whether and the extent to which compensation for council members shall be changed in accordance with the government code, period. And then I have added, any such determination shall be supported with written findings setting forth the basis for the decision, comma, including any reasons for maintaining the current compensation, period. And then the rest of the language stands. And that last sentence that I added is a little belt and suspenders. I guess one could argue it may be repetitive because it's already, it's kind of referenced in the government code, but it's not exactly clear in the government code whether you choose to stand pat, not make a decision, or decrease. You're not required to provide findings. You're only required to provide findings should you increase it. I think it's important. If the council says we're not raising the salary, there should be a rationale as to why they're not raising the salary, and it should be articulated for the public's benefit. And that's it.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about that additional language? And we can talk about what it means and what we want to do after we get public comment. I just want to make sure the public heard what Paul had to say there.
I might have a
May I
question, but
ask-
let's go to the public first.
May I ask a question, Mr.
Yeah,
Kopecki?
that's what I was
So,
hoping for.
two quick things. One, your red lines are purple, right?
The purple was the.
What you added.
No, I added the red. So the purple was added by staff as an attempt to update the charter. So everything in black is the baseline charter language. The purple was added by staff in their attempt to, convey our wishes. And then the red was my further additions.
And second question, when you added the red, what did you think was missing or wasn't clear?
It was really the 3 points. The first being that I wanted to make it clear and that it should happen no less frequently than once every 2 years, first. Secondly, I felt the use of the word consider did not meet the standard that we were requiring, which was a determination. I think that's really the meat of the matter. We need a determination. And then the last part, regarding findings, obviously the public would like a determination with just some supporting facts. Now, I didn't get into what the findings should be. I think the council should have their discretion in terms of how detailed the findings need to be. But I felt it was important to include that. And like I said, the government code references findings when, to my understanding, I'm not an attorney, I just play one on TV. But there's, they talk about findings should a council choose to increase. But I wanted to make it clear that should they choose to decrease, should they choose to stay what it is, there should be findings to support whatever that decision is. In writing, yeah.
Let's hear from the public. Sorry, good to Greg's back.
Chair, we have 3 callers and 3 speakers in the audience.
Let's start in the room.
Okay, Beth Brooks.
I swear, I think I'm consistently confused. I really feel like you've had so many discussions about this. So the recommendation is just, it should happen, is timing. The recommendation is timing, but the last sentence is, here's the timing, it should happen within this time, but also they can do it whenever they feel like it. Is that how no, I'm not reading it properly. No. So this is not about compensation in terms of numbers, that they should go by the state, or that they should be paid according to, median income of private employees. This is not anything except the council has to do something. Basically, is that what I'm reading, that the council just has to do something because they've been sitting on this for so many years?
That was the idea, I think, coming out.
Okay, so that's it. The council just has to do something.
I'll respond. I'm just letting you talk,
I'm just, sort of confused because I feel like there was so many discussions about setting something in stone, especially for allowing regular people to come and be council members. I feel like that just went, that disappeared as far as setting an amount. So that sort of a person who's a teacher can give up their teaching job and say, hey, I want to actually, be a council member, and they get paid appropriately. So that's gone, right? It's just, council has to just make a decision, and I feel like that's toothless, totally. I feel like that's just defeats the whole purpose. It's like, okay, you haven't been doing anything, but you have to make a decision. And the decision could also be, we're going to do nothing. So you're basically not really changing much, except forcing them to maybe officially do nothing. So you're right. It's just on paper now, we're going to say we're doing nothing. So it's just a weird kind of, it's really doing nothing. So I'm surprised that it didn't go further. I'm really surprised that you didn't actually push it into, we feel the council should have this base compensation. I really feel like you skirted that whole thing. And you spent so much time talking about it. So it was really disappointing, I'll be honest, because I don't see that this does anything except maybe say, we're going to do something that's really not going to do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Ejmin Hakopian.
On the topic of compensation, my recommendation would be to offer an amendment that the compensation of the city council members, since this is a part-time job, to be half the family median income without any benefits. That would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Herbert Milano.
Chair Flower, members of the committee. If you look at all the council members who have served and sought re-election, the compensation hasn't really made any difference. They've come back for re-election again and again. You got a mayor right now who's been a city council member mayor for 20 years. So it doesn't appear that the current pay has any influence with regard to these guys wanting the job, and there's no shortage of people who want to become council members at the current rate. So bottom line, you don't need to change it. But I would recommend changing it in the following manner, that the council members should not get a CalPERS pension because they themselves are part of the system when they are negotiating MOUs. And I think that's wrong. Because the idea that you are going to negotiate and give benefits, they eventually are going to expect that those benefits to trickle down to them. We have a council member, if you look at Transparency International, International, that shows that Bob Yusefian, who served for 8 years, dozen years or more after he left office, he's still getting $1,000 a month for life. How he managed to do it, I don't know, but that's what I saw on that particular website. Many people come into this thing to figure out even a small amount as $1,000 a month is enough of a motivation or to get the medical benefits, as I know another councilman wanted. There is a way to make it simple. If you do either half the median family income or the full median family income, it's automatic. Nobody has to think about it, but it forces the council members and the public to recognize what that number is. Because during many years, right after the big recession that we had in 2008, 2009, families' incomes dropped. And council members never recognized that, and they never recognized it when they went on MOUs negotiations. There is a disparity between the income that is being assigned and given to staff members and managers and everybody else and the income that families make. And I think that's wrong. I think that council members should address what is the median family income and remember that number when they go under behind closed doors to negotiate. No pension, median family income. That's what I recommend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair
Is that
Flower?
everybody in the room, or is there?
We have everyone in the room, yes.
Okay.
Chair Flower, I recognize you're going to the callers. Could I just, while you get ready to take those callers, could we have asked staff to have the charter language ready? Or, excuse me, the state memo ready on the compensation?
The state memo.
The government, yeah, because it outlines, if I'm not being clear, we can wait.
You would like to see it on the screen, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm trying to find it in our links too, because I saw it today.
I'll try.
It was very helpful. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay.
You want to go to the callers?
Okay.
Thank you.
Byron, you're on the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes. Byron, are you there? Byron, are you there? Okay, stakeholder, you are on air with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Chairperson Flower and committee members, everyone needs a living wage, even our politicians. However, we need to protect the finances of the city from unscrupulous office holders. We cannot allow our representatives to increase their own salary. No Glendale city officer should make more than the average Glendalian. The current city manager, city attorney, and DWP salaries reek of city corruption. Returning to the question of a councilperson's salary, ideally, we should tie a politician's income to the prosperity of the city. Therefore, please consider the following 3 ideas. 1, set a councilperson's salary to the most recent median household income for Glendale, as provided by the American Community Survey, or ACS for short, as collected by the U.S. Census Bureau. 2, since the median household income does include more than one individual, the committee may want to divide the number by at least 2. And finally, 3, this body may want to consider a reduction of the salary by the percent of poverty in Glendale, also provided by in the ACS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, is there anything we can do on the volume? On the officially getting old, so.
Chair, those are all the callers. Our third caller dropped.
Okay. All right. So that brings the conversation back to us. I'm just going to go around the room. I'll start at the end over here.
I want to clarify, is this going back to the conversation as what we think should be added or revised, or if we should be talking more about this?
So
Meaning, are we?
my understanding of the last conversation, we had a very long conversation, as
Okay.
members of the public
Yeah.
pointed out. We talked about a lot of different options. At the end of the day, there was a motion to bring back a proposed concrete charter language to recommend based on where that conversation came out. And what was presented by the staff, I felt like reflected that. Some changes have been offered by Paul that are in the same vein. I'd rather not see the conversation completely open up again,
Okay.
but, here we are. So my understanding is we were going to come in and just consider the concrete language
motion.
rather than a complete reopener of the issue. But I'd like to hear what everybody else thinks at this point.
I think if majority thinks and the public thinks that there may be a little bit more specific, maybe we should start thinking about it. I thought we had considered all those points. At least maybe we don't have specific numbers here, but I think we had talked about the median family income and the time in terms of how long it should take them to bring up the conversation again, that they have to talk about it, and explain why they should or shouldn't. But if everybody else, after the conversations now in the public's opinion, thinks that we should not give them the option not to change it, maybe we should discuss and suggest that they have to change or not change. But I think to give them the option to be transparent about, okay, we want a raise, and this is the reasons, or we don't want a raise, and this is why we don't want a raise, why not? Why not? So I think they do deserve to get a raise, as everybody else does, but if they choose not to, then, again, if they have the reasons why they either don't deserve or they don't want it, then I actually agree with that. For now, that's what I don't know if, and I think we have discussed the median family income, so maybe it doesn't reflect in here specifically, but that was always part of the discussion,
Sure.
as I remember.
Chair, may I?
So the document that I was asking about, I found, it was in our previous meeting packets. It's in the June 2nd. And I guess just for clarity standpoint, and that's helpful as well, that is, yeah. I guess where I'm trying to go is, A, what you've written to us is just one part of language that I believed addressed some of the things that were brought forth to us. Is that accurate or not? Or is this all the language is going to be?
Committee Member Miller, this was the direction we were given by motion of the committee at the last meeting, specifically to have a pretty straightforward amendment to the charter language, basically, again, tying in, keeping the current system, which is basically using the schedule and procedure of adjustment in the government code for the purpose of setting council salaries, but then have, the only change was having a very guaranteed check-in every 2 years. That was the direction we got, and so we were very specific to bring back this direction in accordance with the direction we got from the committee.
And that was my understanding as well, and I might be being dense here, so just bear with me. I don't think this language follows that direction for me, and I'll tell you, because I expected to see it when it doesn't reference the California Code government in it. Am I missing that?
It's in the existing.
It's in the existing language. So the first part of it, compensation increase, council members shall be in accordance with the schedule and procedure for adjustment applicable to the city of Glendale set forth in the government code.
Set forth in the government code. Okay, thank you for fact-checking that. So, but again, in the memo, and then when you look at the California government code, the previous language, my take, was that the previous language would exist with a directive from this council to do it at a specific time frame. I didn't think that it was just going to be this language. That wasn't my takeaway.
I
And
think
that's
the
all I'm-
language addresses those 2 points. One is tying it into the government code, and then the highlighted the red line language, whether it's what staff presented or what staff presented in addition to what Mr. Karabanian have presented, require that 2-year check-in. That's basically the two concepts together.
Okay. Thank you for entertaining my confusion on that. I'm done commenting. I see what staff attempted to do. It's still not directly clear to me, but I'll pause for the rest of the comments.
Thank you. Alan?
I am fine with this draft, including committee member Karapetian's additions or revisions. To address a comment we had from the public, we do specify, the compensation. The compensations per the government code, which was just up on the screen. I think it was stated by one of the public speakers that we weren't specifying any sort of compensation schedule, but that's not true. This does, and I think it addresses, going back to one of the concerns is that the council has been avoiding giving itself any increase from maybe the last 12 years. I don't remember exactly, but that's why we want to add the provision that they have to address it at least once every 2 years so that they have the discussion and they don't just pass on any potential increase that they're entitled to. Thank you.
All right. Elizabeth, please. Thank you, Ellen.
I'm fine with the draft, and again, to address some of the concerns of the public, I think by actually asking the council to address it every 2 years or every year, we are asking them to do something, so it is kind of doing something. So, but back to Committee Member Karapetian, I would like to get some more explanation on why do you feel that a written finding is necessary as opposed to just a determination in a public hearing?
I think it's important that two things. First, the fact that this hasn't, to my knowledge, been deliberated by council in about 13 years does two things. One, it allows council to shirk their obligation, in my opinion, to address this. And two, it prevents the public from having the opportunity to comment on it. So if these changes are proposed, then the public has an opportunity to come down and say, look, you're getting paid too much, you're not getting paid enough, everything's just fine. But what happens is nobody's even discussed this in 13 years. So that's going to be done away with. In terms of the findings for the decision, I think it's when words are said and then transmitted and transferred to paper, amazing things happen. You get very specific, and I think something as important as this, it would not be too burdensome to come up with some basic findings as to why the council has decided to do something, mainly because this is something that should benefit, future councils, posterity, the public, make it easier to search for this information. We're drowning in information, yet nobody knows anything. We got to find a way to make it easier for people to look up things, and so they won't have to watch a YouTube video or rely on transcription from the YouTube video that sometimes doesn't work. So That's why.
All right, thanks. So I'm okay. Thank you.
David?
Okay, I like the wording, especially the word determine. They must make a determination and not to consider. I do also agree that this, by actually forcing them to discuss it, it does give the public a chance to respond, whether positive, negative, or whatever. It gives them, the residents of the city, a chance to talk to the council and let them know their feelings.
Thank you. Linda?
So, as far as wording goes, I have no problem with this wording, but I want to bring up a topic that I think it's very important, and I know it's the next agenda item, and I think it's completely linked to what we're discussing right now. I personally don't think districting is the problem with having diversity on the council. I think the compensation is the problem. So with that, I'm aware that it hasn't changed. I'm aware the people who are sitting there might not need it, but I think there are a lot of people who would need that in order for them to run, who would have to stop a part-time job to run for the council. Not everyone is retired, and I would like to see younger council members, and that prevents us from, the compensation is preventing us from happening. Otherwise, as far as the wording, I have no problem with the wording. It's nicely written. As far as the entire idea, I would really want it to, because after hearing the public, I really want us to reflect on this for a moment and see if the issue we have been trying to address all this time has been the main issue, or if there is something else causing the exclusion, I would call. Like, it's the election is not very inclusive right now because many people cannot run because of the working double jobs, let's say. I personally have a second part-time job, and I would not run if I couldn't cover those expenses that my part-time job is covering. I would not run if the meetings were at 3 p.m. I could not do that. And I want everyone to, for a moment, to take that into consideration. We don't want our city to be ran by, I would say, well, I don't want to be discriminating, but I would like to see diversity as far as income and age, because I think we want experienced people and we want new ideas. We want forward-thinking people. We want to see experience because they are the ones who bring, based on the history and knowledge, can provide a lot of good feedback. At the same time, the diversity helps us understand the needs of the group that might not be in a comfortable position to run. So I wanted to add those comments before we close this topic.
Thank you. Paul?
Chair, thanks. I don't have anything to add. I think the language with my edits is appropriate. The only thing I think when it comes time to a motion, to provide a motion, I'll do so. I'd like to also add a rider, or basically an additional recommendation. So we would adopt this. We would put this forward as our recommended edits to the charter, and then so I guess I'm looking for guidance whether it would be a separate motion or sort of additionally to this motion that a recommendation be made to council that the current compensation be brought up to the maximum allowed by the state per the government code. So I don't know procedurally if that's a separate motion or if that can be coupled to this.
I was going to say, committee member, I'm not sure that's within the purview of the committee to make a recommendation that the council consider utilizing the state law to increase their salary. They can do that. I do, certainly the charter provision is certainly within the purview, so making recommendations to that. If committee members have thoughts, that can certainly be expressed to the committee, but I'm a little concerned about that.
Okay.
But, if you make that recommendation, we can certainly move it forward.
Well, I mean, I guess we can make, is my understanding that we're limited in what recommendations we can make?
Generally, the recommendations pertain to the charter, yes. And so what I'm hearing is a recommendation that the council take some action that they're already allowed to do under state law.
Yes. Okay. I mean, this is something that the chair and I were noodling on procedurally, but if I think it's what perhaps we can do then is in the subsequent report that staff drafts, would it be appropriate for them to capture this sentiment? Could this?
Instead of sense of the committee.
Could this?
Certainly, I think we can do that.
Could this body, pass a motion memorializing the sentiment? Or do you even need that? I don't know.
If it's going to be from the whole committee, we would need to vote on it.
Okay, so I think it would be, I think.
Maybe perhaps my recommendation would be we do one motion for the language, and then
Okay.
if you want to do another motion expressing that the council at least consider making an adjustment in terms of state law, we will pass that along.
Perfect, okay, so I'll stand down.
Rachel, please. Thank you.
So I have a couple of thoughts about the proposed language, including Paul's suggestions. And first, I applaud Paul for taking time to make edits. But as a lawyer, I am not comfortable with this language. So when I go to court, I tell the judge my side, the other side tell their position, and the judge, as a third party, makes findings and makes a determinations. So the word findings and determination is something a third party can only do, not a party to the case. As written, it says a council member who's a party, who's gonna get compensated, make their own findings and determination. There is a very unusual language for anybody to see in a ordinance or statute, so it just doesn't fit well, in my opinion. So that's a technical point. My bigger problem with this approach is that personally, I'm not aware of any public position where the public figure can determine their own salary. Like, I'm not just aware of any position, and I don't think that's a very unusual thing to do. Like, unless I'm a CEO, how can I, and as a public figure, how can I set my own salary? I think that's a very difficult job, and I want the committee to think about the substance of discussions, right? So let's say we pass this language. The council are required to discuss about how can they justify their salary? Like, what do you want to hear as a public? Like, what do they say? Like, what point they make would make you make you like agree with their position? Let's say I attended like 25 meetings. I attended like every meetings, or I make like 5,000 proposals. Like, how can you quantify what they did? Like, I think I made this comment last time. The ultimate approval by the public is whether they get reelected or not. And quantifying their performance I think it's close to impossible. So I want you to guys think about what kind of findings you want to see if we pass this proposal. And lastly, I want to echo Linda's comments. I think currently, the base salary of city council is like less than $1,500 a month. That is impossible to live off of. So it's clear that all the council members currently sitting, they do not need this job for money-wise. They have other source of income, and they're doing this for different purposes. And that is a very problematic in my opinion. Like one of the public says, if a teacher wants to run, it's impossible to run with this salary. So we cannot attract new talents. And we know like the current mayor, he's been sitting there for over 2 decades. No one, people who don't have like resources cannot run for the city council. And I think that's a big problem. And I know a lot of people, like including Kohler, has this idea that we do not allow any increase to public figures. Like they should not get paid because allegedly they are all corrupt. I mean, there are some, but then at the same time, if you do not give good compensation, you cannot attract good talents, and we're gonna see the same people over and over again. And the fact that there aren't shortage of like candidates who want to run for council member, doesn't mean that they're good quality people who are gonna go for the city. So for that point, I think we really do something about the salary so that we can attract like good, talented like people. That's it.
Thank you, Rachel. It's your turn at last.
I appreciate that. I was doing some math, so it was good you went by such as my math skills are. So I'm just going to come back to a couple of comments. First of all, at least from my perspective, city council should be a part-time policy-setting job. It's not a full-time job. On the other hand, I don't want to see people undercompensated. So let me tackle this in two things. The language itself, I think, is fine. The only concern I have with the edit to the edit, because I like the rest of the edit to the edit, is and no less than frequency every 2 years, because I would like to actually see it hard and fast within 1 year of the general election, so it puts it in an off-year cycle, and it has to be done. So if that adds wiggle to it, that's my only concern with it. Other than that, I'm good with it. I'm good with having it in writing, and I'm good with them having the discussion. I don't know who else is going to set the city council's salary, short of sending it out to a vote of the people every time you're going to increase it. That would be the only other way, because those are the people that they're responsible to. I don't think that's necessarily practical. Now let me get to a little bit of math. Currently, I think we're paying them about $17,000 a year. So if you do that by 40-hour-a-week job, which I'm not, it's like $8 an hour. So take it and say it's a part-time job, run it at 20 hours a week roughly. We're paying them about $16 an hour. If I'm about right with the math of $22.50 a month is the max under state law, that's $27,000 a year. Part-time, that comes out to about $25 an hour. Well, last I checked, McDonald's is paying $20 an hour to do that. So, and I'm not trying to make light of it. I just want us to think about that in terms of what we're asking people to do, because I'm also not in favor of paying full median income, because again, this is not supposed to be a full-time job. The idea of a council manager form of government is the council sets forward the policies and the directions that they want it to go, and it's the city manager and the city manager's staff that is responsible for implementing those policies. You know, it's not supposed to be a full-time, you're in every problem. As I think I said in a prior meeting, if a council member has to be involved in every issue, I think we have bigger issues that we need to address. So I could be wrong on this because AI is not always right, but if the average median income for the LA or the Glendale area is about $84,262, that makes half the median income $42,131. If we capped it at that, the max that they would make on an hourly on a part-time basis is $40 an hour if they do 20 hours a week. I'm running in a really kind of a weird spot because, as I said, I think the primary motivation for someone doing this should be service, but I also know the people who do it put in a lot of time. And so the difference between 27,000, which would be the max under the current state law, and half of the median income is about $15,000 a year ahead. I don't think that's necessarily unreasonable. And if that helps bring other people into the mix for a part-time thing where it's like they can do that, I don't know, $15,000 a head, so what, $30, $60, $75,000 at the current setup, I don't think is necessarily unreasonable. So two things on the table. I'm happy to support the motion as is. I don't know where everybody else is, but I'm also happy to cap it at 1/2 the average median income. As I said, I don't think the cost differential is that much, and it's a little something to match it in there. And I think it also then does kind of tie things. Hey, how's the community going, and where is the cap? Is it going up and down? And I think the beauty of the language is every couple of years they at least got to talk about it. So even if they choose to do nothing about it, and there may be financial reasons that a council would say, I'm not taking a pay raise, been in those positions when you're in the leadership position and things are tight, you're the one who has to say, I'm not taking the pay raise, and maybe the people that are working for you get it. That's just sometimes they work. And if council chooses to do that, that's their policy decision, and that's a discussion that they should have and should engage in. So, as I said, I'm at least going to throw out there with a couple other people going, hey, I think as opposed to capping it at the government code, that everything else in the government code applies, except that the cap would be one half of average median income. I'm done.
All right, thanks, Carl. I don't have much to add for my own part. I felt like we had a very long, very thorough discussion of these issues previously. I'm not inclined to disturb the vote on we had previously, which was to bring back language that does essentially what we asked what we asked for as a collective. I think that's what we have here. I think the modifications suggested by Paul are in the spirit of that, so I don't think that that's doing any thing to reopen that prior issue. Not that I disagree with some of the other ideas being tossed around now, but I just feel like we've done this. So that's where I stand. I think that this is what was voted on already. And that was a vote I was on the losing side of that vote. So,
Chair
I wanted to
Flower?
do more.
My comment is in relation to getting us to a motion, so I'm not asking for any other reason. Would the committee consider adding, I believe the government code section is 36516, is that right? Would they consider adding that verbiage to the language? That would have told me, and I had to go look for it, but it would have directed me. I think it's more clear because it outlines all the parts.
The only reason, and this goes back to the original, when this language was added back in 2005, I believe, was sometimes the legislature renumbers sections of the government code.
Yeah.
So this way, they don't, they sometimes will not make any changes to the code itself, but just give it a different section number. And so this way.
They renumbered the entire Public
Totally
Records
get
Act.
that. So let me ask, so just two more follow-up questions on the language. Totally get that. Is it normal and customary to add a footnote to say, refer to, in a ordinance language, refer to government code and then subject to change?
We don't have footnotes in the charter language itself, but our charter book, which we have, sometimes has notes to it. And
That's what I thought.
we can, I don't know.
I'm not, if I can interject, I'm not concerned. I think it'll be properly documented where people will be able to find it once it's all put together. The reference to the government code.
Okay. I'm not sure I agree based on the public comments we got and my own comments today, but respectfully, I'll defer from that. The second thing that I just wanted to.
I'm sorry, she's about to leave. Would it be possible for us to take a vote before she leaves?
Well, it's on the language, so if you could just let me, on the comment about the council shall consider and determine, I have had, it is customary, if you just read it, the council shall, you could take out both those words and it would get you closer to where you want. We used to have words in our California language of may or shall without having those additional words, if the committee would consider it. Those are my comments.
It's probably not showing up. That consider is crossed out. It's a strike through. So it's just determine.
It would cross out determine as well. If you follow the comments made by committee member Rachel Yu about the difference between those words, determinations and findings.
Right.
One of the ways to get there is to take out both of those
I
words
see.
and just use the word shall.
Okay. Well, are we open for a motion now? Are we still discussing?
Yes.
Are you
Sorry,
going to
I'll-
do a
I asked-
motion before considering that? That would add to my vote. Are you considering doing a motion on the language as is, Paul? Or Commissioner?
Yeah, I think that the language as is, now I'm twisted.
Paul,
Yeah.
would
I think it's not our
decide
job to actually write it.
be
Excuse me?
the word that you're looking for?
Decide?
Like decide instead of consider and
Oh,
determine?
no, consider is
Decide.
taken out.
Yeah,
So
I know.
consider is
Like
taken
the
out. So
word between
they will
those two,
determine. They will
they-
determine. I suggested determine. So there will
Determine.
be a determination. And just for everyone's benefit, this is mirroring how the government code works.
Sure,
The
yeah.
government code says that if the council wants to increase their salary, they have to provide findings.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is if you decide to decrease it, you got to have findings. If you decide to keep it even, you got to have findings. So this is consistent with the government code.
No, I actually agree with that they have to determine, meaning decide, not just think about it,
Yeah.
which is considering. But, okay, I don't have a problem. Determine, decide.
Like the writing actual language is not our job. It's our, like we give ideas and The attorney's,
Well-
like, city attorney will write it, right?
The city attorney did write this.
Yeah, but like his proposal, we're talking about post amendment,
Sure.
the edits.
Yeah, we're debating the exact language. This is the language.
And if I may, it's been our intent, and like we've done with other provisions, you have a debate and deliberation about what the charter language should say. You provide us direction, we bring you back language, and then
We vote
committee is
with
free to
corrections.
make amendments to that.
Just in the interest of time, is it okay if we could move to a vote? We've got so many other
Oh.
things to do.
If somebody would like to make a motion.
I move that we adopt the language as presented, inclusive of the red lines that I've provided.
I second.
We have a motion and a second.
Can I throw a substitute in there?
Substitute or?
However, it works to amend that the compensation be capped at 1/2 average median income.
I'll do that as an amendment, Mr. Chair, so then,
Yeah, so you're actually proposing to amend, not
Yes.
fully substitute?
Not fully substitute, just amend.
So there's a motion to amend the main motion. I didn't think we'd do this 2 months in a row.
We'll take a shot. I may go down.
So the main motion is to recommend to the city council a charter amendment with the language that's been presented with both the red lines presented by staff, which is and the additional changes proposed by Paul. That's the main motion. The amended motion is to further change this language by saying, where are you proposing the change?
That the maximum compensation would be limited to 1/2 of.
Where?
You put it right on you probably put it right on the end. Change it in accordance with the government code with the maximum compensation being set at 1/2 of adjusted or
So would it be-
average median income.
how about provided that,
I was going to use the word provided.
provided that the compensation
Does not exceed.
does not exceed 1/2 the area median income?
Perfect.
Okay,
Or does that go above what the?
It goes above the
allows?
government code.
Provided that the maximum shall be.
No, I think what Mr. Provost is saying, provided that it shall not exceed.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Can I second his amendment?
you can?
Great, I just seconded it.
Okay, we have to take the motion to amend first. We go
All
in
right.
reverse order.
I have a question on the amendment.
Please.
What's area, average median income? Is that county, city? What specifically are we talking about?
I asked AI for Glendale, but I have a feeling it might be county.
It's based on Los Angeles County, so I mean, if you want to provide area median income for Los Angeles County, that would make it more clear.
Thank you. That's fine.
Perfect. You can write that in.
You accept that as part of your motion to amend?
Yes, I accept that as part of the
And you
motion to
accept that as
amend.
part of the motion to amend?
Aye.
Okay, so just want to make sure everybody understands what we're doing, including the public. There was a main motion to adopt the language as presented with the additional changes. There was a motion to amend that motion to add a cap that is 1/2 the LA average median income.
Could somebody
We're going
just
to vote on
read,
whether or not to include that in the original motion, and then
read
vote on the motion.
read the amendment? Just the amendment, could you just read just the amendment?
Mr. City Attorney?
Sure, I can do that. So would it be amending the sentence that begins not later than, and it would add a proviso at the end of that sentence that says, provided that the salary shall not exceed 1/2 of the area median income for Los Angeles County.
You mean in the first sentence? Maybe, no, I think you're right, you're right.
Right, no, it's the second, it says that second sentence.
So I have a quick question. So I just Googled it. LA County median income is $38,000. No?
No, it's, that's probably for a 4-person household. For a single person, the area median income in Los Angeles County is $66,000
So
currently.
we're capping at like 33, we're capping at a half, 33, that's the idea?
No, actually, my intent would be actually half of the family income. It's just a
So
number.
family, I mean, it's usually based on household size, so.
Yep.
So a household size of 4, household size of, or, okay.
Yeah, I'm good with, if it's household size, whatever the average family income is. Do they have a standard family measure?
No, they do, again, it's based on household size, so the area median income is adjusted for household size. So one person, it's one number, two persons, it's another number, so.
Then I'll go with 4.
Okay. So provided it not exceed area median income in Los Angeles County for a household size of 4 persons. That's the motion. That's the amendment. Am I hearing that?
And that actually is added at the end of accordance with government code.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, my second still stands.
Okay. Does everybody understand where we are with the motion to amend?
Yes.
So first, we're voting for the amendment, and then, okay. So it's good.
Can we get a roll call, please? This is the motion to amend.
Committee Member Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
No.
Caribbean, Hartunian,
No.
Carpetian,
Yes.
Menisarian,
Yes.
Meek,
Yes?
Megradician,
No.
Miller,
No.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, and you.
No.
What was the count?
5 noes. 5 yeses.
Pass.
Okay, the motion to amend fails. We're left with the main motion. The main motion was to recommend the charter amendment language as presented by staff with the changes proposed by Paul. Can we get a roll call, please?
Committee Member Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
Yes.
Caribbean, Hartunian,
Yes.
Carpetian,
Yes.
Menisarian,
Yes.
Meek,
Yes?
Megradician,
Yes.
Miller,
No.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, and you.
No.
Thank you for bearing with us on that one. Luckily, the next item is just, would the committee like to take a 5-minute recess, or? No, keep going, okay. We soldier on. So item 7C, continued discussion of directly elected mayor and council districts. I don't think continued discussion is necessarily what we're looking for, but why don't we get a staff report?
Certainly. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, as you all aware, at the last meeting, the committee adopted a motion to recommend that the council not place charter amendments on the ballot that would amend the council governance system from a at-large 5-member elected council to a council district with an elected mayor. And so that motion was made and approved. The purpose of this item is to see whether there is an interest from the committee to provide recommendations on district, city council size, number of districts, and mayor, and the role of the mayor in the event the council makes the determination to move forward with those proposals, notwithstanding the committee's recommendation. So that is the item before you, and happy to answer any questions or hear the feedback.
Are there any questions for staff on where we're at with this item? Start down here with Rachel this time. We can come back to you if you're not ready. Okay, Paul?
I guess where do I begin? I don't think this needs any further debate. I was going to move that we indefinitely postpone this item because I think it's contrary to what we have already decided as a committee. We've decided that there should not be. It's not in the best interest of the city council to put forth anything to the regarding a change to the to districts or a directly elected mayor. And, you know, the predicate to even getting to that point, to contemplating how many districts and what the duties and the tenure and whatever of the mayor, the predicate to that is you need to have a conviction that that should happen. And I understand, Chair, your argument for, well, you know, if they went ahead and did it anyways, if they rejected your opinion, they went ahead and did it anyways, if they ignored what you wanted, they went ahead and did it anyways, surely you would have an opinion how many council districts or what that directly elected mayor would look like. Again, I don't subscribe to that premise that I would have an opinion on that. I would refer back to my primary opinion, which is, no, I don't want it. I had a problem with the construct of these motions as they were provided to us by staff from the get-go. So, you know, these motions were first given to us in the April meeting. A vote on those motions failed. And the motions were brought back subsequently last month. Those motions didn't even make it to a vote. And I think the consensus was, one, this is an overarching system. They both have, you know, whether you have districts or not, whether you have a directly elected mayor or not, it all works together. It's one governance system. You can't take one without the other. And just, you know, this approach is flawed in a lot of ways. So,
Hey, Paul?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but my vice chair has reminded me that this is really the question time because we haven't had public comment yet. We really need to, if you have questions about what's being proposed versus getting into what you think should happen.
Oh, I thought that's why you're.
No, sorry. I mean, that was my perfect on it. What we've been doing is we have the staff report, questions for staff about what's presented.
Then I'll stop my soliloquy and.
I mean, I want to hear what you have to say, but
I don't have any questions other than, you know, why is it here? And I understand why it's here. It's because, you know, Chair, you asked for it to be here at the last meeting. So, I'll stand by.
Well, I want to answer the question that, you know, why is this here? I asked that it be brought back because we reached the question at the prior meeting and we were exhausted because we worked very hard. And I said, well, do we want to just bring this back and just, you know, as a separate question? And the sense was yes. It's not me pushing for an outcome. It was, honestly, at that point, I felt like there was no appetite to further consider it. That was it.
I do agree. There was no further appetite.
Yeah. Any, Linda?
So
Question time.
yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. So first, if we discuss the districting, my understanding is that we are gonna discuss strong mayor if we discuss that we want to have districting, or if we go towards
Directly elected mayor.
Directly,
And again,
sorry,
the concept
directly
is,
elected mayor.
assuming the council wants to
Right.
continue to move forward and study
Okay.
those, what are your recommendations on what the role of the directly elected mayor should be?
Right.
And what is the recommendation of the committee regarding how many council districts?
Okay, yeah, I want to understand the order of the discussions. First and second is that I don't think we ever discussed the number of districts if we decide to move forward with that. And I had the same question that Paul had, but you already addressed and Chair Flower already responded, so I'm not going to repeat the same question. But because we discussed it twice, voted twice, once it was a tie and once it was 7-5, not agreeing to suggest districting, so that's why I was going to bring it up, but there's no point anymore. So thank you.
Mr. Meek?
Since we've already, you know, made the decision on what, I mean, I would love to see the city council increase in size, but my question, I guess, would be, that would be a totally separate discussion. Is that correct?
Committee Member Meek, it would be part of the discussion. Let's say, for example, the council decides to move forward with districts, it would be part of the discussion whether to have an expanded council or stay with the same size council.
And this would just be a recommendation from us if they decide, make that decision.
Correct, although, if, for example, the council gives that direction that they want the committee to continue to look at districts, there'll have to be discussion about how many districts and what the role of the mayor should be and those sorts of things.
So it's, basically, it would be coming back to us. It's not just we'd recommend they
Right.
make a decision.
Correct.
Okay,
I
thank
mean,
you.
that's the way I see it.
Okay, thank you.
Alan?
I have comments for later, but no questions at this time.
Great, thank you. Denise?
The discussion prompted questions for me, and I just want to clarify. I did think the vote was clear. I did think we had a vote of 7-5, and it was no. And I thought that the reason it was on the agenda and coming back to us was for us to prepare our comments for staff to take that report to council, which included our reasons for no. And for those who wanted it to be, let me rephrase that, who had voted yes, while we would certainly give the recommendation to city council what the vote was, there was also, for example, a letter from the tenants union that we were told would be given to them, things like that. So I thought the end of the meeting, the holdover was related to us not so much revisiting this vote, rediscussing it, looking at just, the vote is the vote, but specifically identifying comments to go back to that council meeting. That was my understanding. Or no comments at all. Essentially, but we didn't get to that, to take a consensus on no comments at all or comments with the vote.
The question that has come back is kind of hard for my mind. It's meaning maybe the recommendation, if there is any recommendation, could be for the people who were for districting, because it's hard to say, I don't want this, but if I want it, I would want it this way, but I don't want it. So it's in my mind, and I think if they decide to do it, then maybe they can still review what we've given to them from the public, all the comments, maybe listen to the public more, and maybe talk to the committee members who were considering the option. But I believe, and as I hear from the people who voted against it, it's hard to come back and say, okay, but if it doesn't go this way, we can do this, but I still don't agree with it. So I don't know if it would be, I don't want to say honest, but productive way of saying, but if it goes this way, I want this, if I don't want it, for example, or I don't agree with it. So for my mind, it's difficult to make even any recommendations. But I think if they decide, which was relayed to us, that they still have the right to decide, or they can, then they have all the discussions, all the materials from us and for the public to consider, and then decide what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Members of the public, do we have any requests to speak?
Chair, we have 5 speakers and 8 callers.
Okay, we'll start in the room for the precedent that's been established.
Okay, Alan Dish. Is Alan still here? Okay. Herbert Milano.
I'm willing to get your attention. Thank you very much.
I was being asked a question by the staff.
Yeah, as a courtesy, I decided to wait. I want to give you an analogy as a way of explaining my point. So, and I'll use Mr. Mike Garcia as an example. Let's assume that tonight is the birthday of Mr. Garcia's wife. And he says to her, honey, as a gift for you, I want to make sure that you have a great time. I can give you this choice: Italian food, Italian restaurant, or Korean. And the decision that she makes is, I want Italian food. He says, well, just in case we go by a Korean restaurant, can you choose within bulgogi and kalbi? And she says, what the hell are you doing? I already said I want Italian, and now you're going to give me this other choice. No, but just in case we drive through that. That's the way I feel about this decision today. You've already made a decision. This should not be coming back because it's a matter of circumventing what the committee decided. It should not even be here. You already decided no to districts, right? That's clear. So why in the world would you go around this other exercise? And that's my problem. Because when you are a chair, you need to abide by the consensus that was given to you by the committee and stand by that. This other idea that now it comes back to you in some other form and then give scenarios as to what you could do with it and give it back to the council. The council is looking for some justification that comes from here because apparently they already have in mind, or at least 3 of them, what they want to do. And so by discussing it, it gives you cover, right, for them. Don't buy into that. And one other thing, you know, this is a city with a $1 billion appropriation annually. Your time here is limited. By December, you got to come up with major decisions. Let's not get sidetracked into issues that are really small in this process. You made a decision. It's not going to be covered. Let's stand by it and move on to the next item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ejmin Hakobian.
Chair Flower, what you're doing is wrong. A committee member earlier wanted to amend the agenda and remove this item, and you said we'll address it when the time comes. You should have allowed them to make a motion and remove it. You were rolling your eyes and expressing your frustration earlier with the previous amendment that was made by a committee member saying, oh, we've gone through this long discussion. And then you went against the entire committee decision, which the public came here, shared their comments, and you still go ahead and put it on the agenda. The way it looks like, I don't know you, I don't have any animosity against you personally. The way my intention is to let you know the way you're conducting these meetings is wrong. It's creating lack of trust. It's insulting the collective intelligence of the audience members, the committee members. We go through all these deliberations. Whatever decision is made, it's an advisory decision. If you make an amendment to give them $1 million like today, they're not going to get it tomorrow. They still need to go ahead and approve it. You make amendments that are reasonable and supported by public look outrageous and very difficult. But then if you want to push a certain agenda, you tag team with the city attorney and you describe it in different ways. And I want you to kind of reflect and see you're imposing your will on the committee. And I don't think that's the right way of conducting a meeting. You have been endorsed by a council member, and you have every right to express your opinion, make an amendment, bring agenda items. But as a chair, your responsibilities are way different. You should, there's a higher standard of ethics you should follow. And you know that, you're an experienced city attorney. I think it was wrong for this agenda item to come back, and it is wrong trying to dissuade people from making amendments. You should accommodate this meeting. If you see certain individuals are trying to explore directions on certain agenda items, you should suggest an amendment and let them take it, let them have discussions. That's the reason why we are all here. We are not here to rubber stamp what the city council wants to do. They want to hear us. We shared our opinion, you guys voted on it, and they need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Murphy.
Good evening, committee members. Patrick Murphy. Why is this on the agenda again for the third time? The agenda states continued discussion. Was the continuation voted on at the last meeting to continue this discussion? Is that continuation in the minutes that were just voted on this evening and approved? It is a good question. I think so. This committee voted on these issues and rejected the notion of an elected mayor and districting. Why are they being asked to vote on this again in a different format? Is there an assumption or some knowledge of the council's future action? Doesn't the committee need to focus on other issues with its precious time left? Committee member Karapetian said, you've spent 45% of your time on these two issues. 45%. We absolutely appreciate, the public absolutely appreciates your time. It's volunteer work. But let's get on with the business that needs to happen and not keep bringing something back to the committee that you want a different answer for. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Brooks.
Thank you. Yeah, this also totally confused me. You know, when I heard it coming back, I thought, and it came from Chair Flower, I thought, well, it's like a sore loser move. You know, you voted, it was 7-5, it was finished, but let's go back and look why we didn't, let's go look at the losing side now and see why the losing side lost. You had every week, you discussed this, you have minutes. You could give the council, they can look at the minutes, you can add public comments to the minutes, because usually it's just the name. There's a tome of information that the council can get that says why people voted against districts. The fact that this came back was so bizarre to me. I mean, do you usually take a vote and then say, hey, next week, let's go back and see why the vote lost, and then we'll discuss it again so that we can talk about the losing side and it didn't even, like, logically, it doesn't even register with me, unless that's something you typically do. It's like, let's elect somebody, and then let's talk about next week why we didn't elect that person. Well, the person already won. Why would you even revisit that? You have enough information. The city council has tons of information. They could go through so many transcripts. You discussed it ad infinitum, ad nauseum, you know, that you don't have to continue this. I didn't understand it. It really was like a losing side move, and that really disturbed me. That this even came on the agenda. It was just a bizarre thing. And I thought, is that something that happens in this forum? Do you usually come back every week and say, yeah, you lost, but let's discuss it again? Why would that come up? Am I totally boring you? Oh, he spelled something. Okay. Well, it could be boring too. It's all right. It's okay. But it just didn't make sense to me, and I think everybody is saying the same thing. It doesn't make sense to bring back why you know, the reasons for why the motion lost. It lost because you discussed it so many times and people decided it lost. And that's it. And just my 2 cents. Also, I used to be pro-district. I am so against district. Now, I am totally against this because I think it's about the money. I think it's about the salary. I think that's the diversity, is the salary. Because if people don't care enough to come to these meetings and to go to city council, just because they're going to have somebody from their district, they're still not going to vote. If they didn't care before, it's about the salary. That's how you get the diversity. You guys were totally right about that. And that was a disappointment. But yeah, I don't understand this. I really don't understand this. It shouldn't be something you waste your time doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, those are all the speakers in the room. We have 8 callers.
Sure. Let's start with caller.
Okay. Susan, you're on the air with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. I'm Susan Wilson. Thank you for your committee work. I do want to comment on this item, and as others have commented, I feel that the encore appearance of this on the agenda is in bad faith. You know, you can say all you want to about wanting to provide additional backup recommendations. What is that? You voted done. Do you think the council is incapable of understanding and interpreting the results of your vote that you took? It's kind of insulting to them, frankly. I would hope that they can understand what you already did. And I know this is so slightly off topic, but I have to say something. You revised the minutes. They were not available for the public to see. That in itself is not transparent, and it creates problems with the public's confidence in our city and how things are run. Appearance of misconduct is just as bad, if not worse, than actual misconduct. That applies to bringing something back that's already been deliberated on at great expense. You're wasting time, you're wasting staff time, it's expensive, these meetings, etc. I think it's a travesty. Thank you for giving me a chance to comment.
Thank you.
Can I ask the caller, is she still there?
No.
Okay. I didn't catch what she said when she said something wasn't available, and did anybody catch that? Okay. Yeah. Next caller.
Rima, you're live with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rima Cameron. I'm here with my husband, Donald. We also would like to chime in that we agree with everything that has been said about this action item, which came back to this committee, which I really have no ability to understand why this came back, why you would want to waste this committee's time to work to come up with recommendations in the event that the council does something in the future. Why would you want to do that? And I appreciate the time that the committee members have spent on this project. I know you've been meeting since last October, and your time is valuable, and I would ask that your time not be wasted with these ridiculous motions coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, you're live with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, my name is Jennifer, and I've been a resident of Glendale for 40 years. And I want to know why the council district's agenda is being discussed again. It's been voted on twice already, and it's been rejected twice. And it is very obvious to me that your chair wants council districts. He does not represent the voters of Glendale. He definitely is in the pocket of this current council. And the last thing I have to say is Mr. Flower needs to be removed from being the chair. Thank you for listening to me. Bye.
Thank you.
Next caller.
Burge, you're on the air with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Berge. And I think the example that Mr. Milano gave is very apt. And I want to stand by and affirm the recommendations by the Charter Review Committee. It is outrageous and kind of disgusting that the city would consider moving to districts and directly electing mayors after it has been rejected by the CRC multiple times. So I would hope that you guys would take heed, listen to the citizens of the city. Certainly the folks on the Charter Review Committee have our interests at heart when they make their recommendations, and I urge you to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee, you're live with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes. Renee, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, Renee. You're
Hello?
live with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, committee members. Calling to oppose any further discussion of city council districts or an elected mayor. I think it appears to be kind of shady that this keeps getting brought up, and I don't think it's in the best interest of the good citizens of Glendale, and I would appreciate if it would just stop the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Byron, you're live with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Byron Hibden. I've been a resident here of Glendale for the last 25 years. And first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for all of you. We know that this is a volunteer position, and you put in a lot of hard work, and we the community really appreciates the fact that you are doing such a great service for our community. I want to echo what everyone is saying regarding bringing up this agenda item again. I know that the committee has spent considerable amount of time discussing it, and a very decisive vote was taken at the last meeting. And therefore, that vote should be honored, and you should be moving forward. Now, when this item on the agenda was read and the city attorney commented on it, it's kind of funny because you looked a little uncomfortable in presenting this, because I think you know that this agenda item doesn't really pass the smell test. I mean, why would a group spend considerable amount of time discussing, putting forth recommendations to the city council just in case they decide to move forward with this? If the city council decides to do that, then it's upon them to do their research if they decide to do something contrary to what you're recommending doing. And it's also very inappropriate to ask these volunteers, after they have spent so much time in making this determination, to turn around and then say, okay, well, forget what decision that you made, and let's just assume that we're going to go forward and then come up with recommendations. I mean, that's just, I think it's a completely unreasonable ask. So I hope that once we're done with the callers, I hope that the discussion is very quick, very short, and very decisive, that you're not going to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, you're on air with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to agree with all the past callers on this. It seems very strange that this is back up for discussion. You know, it seems like it's a method to circumvent the CRC's vote. And, you know, we don't appreciate that on the public side. We don't see that as something beneficial for us. The time involved, and frankly, I think it's been quite apparent that most people in the city don't want this. Why would we want to cause more division within our city and not a united city as it's been? And so this method, this sort of sneaky method to circumvent the CRC doesn't seem something at all genuine or should be allowed to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anonymous, you are on air with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Chairperson Flower and committee members, the selection of the mayor by council has become over-politicized. The people of Glendale need a mayor voted by the people for the people. Regarding mayoral duties, the mayor should chair the meetings, have no veto power, and only be allowed to vote in a tie. And every mayor election, the mayor can only be elected from a different district on a set rotation. This will keep the mayor as a ceremonial role, be entrusted by the people to cast the deciding vote in the contentious vote, and the rotation will allow all areas of the city to be fairly represented. Regarding council districts, there should be an equal amount of districts above and below the 134 freeway. Ideally, we should have 4 council districts. Our city is small enough for this. The reason for this is simple math. The more districts we have, the more unhappy residents we have. For example, a majority of 7 districts is 4, meaning 3 council areas or 42% of the community will be unhappy. As you increase the number of districts, the percent of unhappy residents increases. For this reason alone, the ideal number of council members is 4, since the majority of districts is 3, meaning only 1 district area or 25% of the people will be unhappy. And finally, please remember, the more council members we have, the more expenses increase for the city, meaning higher taxes for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alan Dish, you are live with the Charter Review Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Council, committee members, I'm so sorry I had to leave. If I cannot speak any longer, that's okay. I can come back next month.
No, please speak now.
Okay. I just want to add some things I had in mind that I still maintain my skepticism about districts. Of course, we should listen to all the sides. So it's nice to have the opportunity for discussion. I am just more and more afraid that it resembles some kind of conspiracy, if I may put it that way. Of course, there are fake conspiracies which circulate rumors, but there are real ones too. For example, I'm doing research on 1950s Los Angeles, and effectively the destruction of the Los Angeles public transport network, it wasn't some independent of a people expression of some, I don't know, logic of the market, but it was the result of an explicit conspiracy between car companies, road construction companies, and public agencies. So, and I'm afraid the same is true for many tendencies we see today with urban developments. So that's what I would like to maybe analyze. At what level would districting serve, as others said, the logic of capital, or this kind of overdevelopment maybe that people are more and more complaining of, to locate? I would like to combine basically some of the tensions or issues in the community. See districts not just as a kind of a feel-good measure at best, or even worse. But the idea is located in how it would have a material effect. How will north, south, and east-west relate to one another? I stop. I hope you have a good rest of the meeting. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, those are all of the callers.
All right. Thank you. That's a lot. So now we're back to the question at hand, but I have a question for the city attorney about the way in which the question was presented at the last meeting. My understanding is we were asked to consider it in a matter of alternatives.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, and just for the committee and members of the public, we had asked since April, when we were bringing action items related to this issue, to make a recommendation on whether or not the council should put a charter amendment on the ballot that would make this change. And then if the committee was not inclined to make, or was inclined to make a recommendation that the council not do that, that provide recommendations on the directly elected mayor role on how many districts. So it's been part of our request from staff that the committee consider it. And I do recall the same thing. It was a large discussion at the last meeting on whether or not to go to districts. And then after that discussion, a significant amount of discussion, it was our understanding that this item was going to come back for this purpose. If the committee doesn't want to do it, that's certainly within your purview to say we don't want to make any more recommendations other than the recommendation that we made. Just perfectly happy to hear that and provide that input to the council when the time comes. But I don't want anybody to suspect this was something that was done after the vote was no. It's been something that we've been asking as a staff since April, and anybody can go back and look at the motions that were presented at the council meetings, or the committee meetings on this item, and you'll see that that was always part of the request. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, if I can just ask a clarifying question. So yes, the motions have been consistent since April and August, and they did have the second portion of the motion, which discussed or contemplated should the initial decision be rejected by the council. Can I ask? So this is, as you stated, that has been a recommendation, a request of staff. So these matters have been requested by staff for us to consider. Where did staff get that direction to then transmit it to us?
It was based on our recommendation that we should be providing this information to council, regardless of how the committee feels about it, knowing that the council is giving serious consideration to placing this on the charter amendments. We felt it was an appropriate recommendation role for the committee to make recommendations on these items even if the overall, the committee was not in favor of making the change.
Okay, so I understand that, so that seems to me that it was an independent decision based on your understanding of what council intends. So the issue I'd like to just point out with that is the mandate, the resolution that was adopted by council, in 2024. I think it was Resolution 2437. Very, clearly prescribes what we're supposed to do and what we're supposed to prioritize. So I'll just touch on three things. So in the first recital, it says, whereas it has come to the attention of the council that the present charter of the city of Glendale may need revisions so as to bring it up to date with the current law, practice, and needs of the city. Then there's another recital. And then in section 4, this is the operative portion, in my opinion, that the committee prioritize the review of city council districts with an expanded council size, directly elected mayor and council compensation, and provide a report and recommendation in ample time for placement on the November 2024 ballot. Of course, we didn't make that, so that's moot. Section 5 says, and this is the final section, that the committee prioritize the review of the civil service system and provide a report and recommendation in ample time for placement on the November 2024 ballot. Again, that's moot. So nowhere does this resolution talk about a hypothetical. I know that may be a scenario which rightfully may come up, but this clearly in the four corners of this document doesn't discuss that. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to spend time on that matter, which is the point I was trying to make. Secondly, getting back to my earlier point about the report. So I read this as this committee puts a report together and then has the ability to edit it as it sees fit before transmittal to the council. So getting back to your earlier point where we don't, the staff report, just to be clear, the staff report that you're going to provide in the interim, we don't have the opportunity to edit. However, you will include all the motions that are approved up till now. The final report will be something that we can edit and comment on.
We intend to ask the committee to make a final report with recommendations for the council's consideration. The September 30th was really a check-in, given that three of the big items the committee has taken up, and especially as it pertains to the question of districts and directly elected mayor. There are some legal aspects of districting that we would need to do if the council wants to go forward. So that's why we want to check in on that. But I have another comment, but I'll wait for you to finish.
Well, I mean, so I guess my point is besides the mental gymnastics that one has to go through to, discuss something that or agree to something that they have no conviction for, I don't think that that there was a prescriptive direction from council, which was then transmitted through staff to us in terms of a hypothetical.
And I agree. The only thing I would note, Ms. Scriver, there's nothing in there that prohibiting it either. I think
Absolutely.
So that's why we thought it's an appropriate request. But again, it's up to the committee to decide how to go forward on it.
I think it is an appropriate request. Should someone from this body request it? So Chair Flower requested it. It's appropriate. He can.
Point of clarification, personal privilege. I didn't request it. It was before us, and I was trying to push through the group to make sure that we addressed the question that was presented to us.
Thank you for clarifying. So what that statement does is just further strengthens my resolve that the only reason it was there was by virtue of it being presented by staff, which was there at staff's discretion, which my personal opinion is that they perhaps misinterpreted the intent of the resolution that formed this committee. So it kind of sent us into this netherworld that hopefully we can put this thing to rest today in short order and move on.
Robin, please.
I feel like we could have discussed in this time that why we should not discuss this. It should not be this complicated, I think. And I think it's worth discussing the districting and mayoring because we're not the deciders. Like if I borrow Mr. Milano's example, right? If my husband asks me where I want to go, I'm the decider. But in this scenario, we're not the decider. We're giving recommendation to council to decide which way, and we don't know how they're gonna decide. So if I borrow his example again, the more appropriate analogy is that I'm talking to my husband, where are we gonna take my mom to? I don't know which restaurant my mom's gonna like. So because I don't know which restaurant my mom's gonna like, I'm gonna talk to my husband, how about Italian, how about Korean? What's wrong with discussing it? Because I'm not the one who's gonna decide. So that's the purpose of us being together, and that's why it's worth discussing the districting and mayoring.
Can I comment? And again, the city attorney told us that we don't have to if we don't want to. So in terms of what's on the agenda today, and I think we have actually discussed this in a very, very lengthy period of time. That's what most of the people are kind of questioning because we discussed and we all came to conclusions almost 2 times. I think 2 times. So, and the council members still can decide what they want to do. They have the reports and everything. And as the city attorney said, we don't have to go into this if we don't want to. So we can decide today. But in terms of discussing, I think we've discussed and expressed everything that we individually and as a team wanted to do.
Chair Flower, I think that we have a vote, and the vote is 7 against and 5 for. I think further that what's before us today is if staff has requests from us, they can certainly go there, but I'll indicate what it is. I think that we have enough information from the 42% of the discussion and all the other meetings related to our motions, related to, if we go back even further, we received the information from council. We knew that the majority had consensus to go forward. We were asked to look at that and give them our recommendation. Doesn't mean we're the deciders to give them our recommendation. Our recommendation was to not go forward. Therefore, we have to give them reasons why, or we don't. That's back to my comment of giving comments or no comments of why we would not go forward. We would then further say back to staff that they can refer to each of our meetings for the motions, for our, it's like, for lack of a better term, but since I'm really starting to get very good at pickleball, we'll just pretend, for lack of a better term, on the ball bouncing back and forth, I would go say, they did their part and gave it to us. We did our part, we give it back to them. They're the final deciders. Let's move on. And if you are, when you want a motion, I didn't want to go there without the rest of the committee being able to speak, but I'm happy to make a motion.
I haven't been doing this in any particular order. People have just been jumping in, so I don't want people to think that I'm not calling on them. Alan, you want to jump in?
Thank you. Just so we're not doing this in a vacuum, over a year ago, 3 members of the council voted to put council districts and an elected mayor on the November 2024 ballot. And those same 3 council members are still currently serving on council. And their proposal, after much discussion, was 6 districts and an elected mayor at large. And that started a whole process, hiring a demographer to advise the city on districting, maps, numerous outreach meetings, of which Mr. Garcia was a participant, in the community to try to explain the pros and cons of districting, meetings were held in person. Also, you know, you could do it on the internet, you could do it online. Dozens and dozens, I've forgotten how many maps of 6 districts were submitted. And numerous council meetings were, you know, there'd be updates from the demographer, there'd be discussions of what the 6 districts might look like on a map. But what happened was city staff and the consultant, they met every deadline on the schedule. The city council itself blew past all the deadlines, or most of the deadlines they had set, in order to get it on the November 2024 ballot. Because they couldn't decide on a map, they didn't get to the point of drafting ballot language, and that's why 6 districts and an elected mayor at large never made it to the November 2024 ballot. Now, since those 3 council members who previously determined 6 districts and an elected mayor is the way to go, I find it very difficult that they're now going to change their mind based on some recommendation from us, that they want something else other than 6 districts and an elected mayor, if they decide to put it on the ballot, which they can. So I find the whole, you know, the whole idea of this committee spending more time, you know, on a contingent and conditional type of recommendation. Oh, if the city council decides to move forward with districts, what do we recommend the structure should be? Those 3 council members, and that's enough, you know, they're the majority, they've already decided that. I mean, the record's clear. They can also change their minds, but I find it ridiculous that we should spend time, you know, hashing out our recommendation on something we've already voted for that we don't recommend going to districts. Thank you.
Stephen, anything?
I'm going along with everyone else. The council, if they want to, can send it back to us after they've made a decision, and we should just let it go until that time.
Linda, I haven't heard from you on this.
I was going to repeat the same comment. If they want us, we can review it. I understand that there might be a legal aspect to it, that they would want to know if should we move forward towards drawing the districts, what the decision would be. I understand that aspect. That's why I'm open to discussing it when they make that decision. For now, I think I'm with everyone else here. Thank you.
Chair Flower, just to clarify one comment of my final comment, my motion would be to send it forward for a vote and direct staff to do a report. It's not revisiting my motion, if were I to make one, would be send our vote forward. I mean, we shouldn't have to do one, but if it takes a motion to move it forward, I'm prepared to do it.
Okay.
Okay, you think we're set? Okay, thanks.
I'm not going to repeat everything else that everybody else said. I'm happy to table this at this point. There's plenty of record of what we talked about when we sort of hashed it all through of what it could look like and where our recommendation is, and I'm ready to move on to other topics unless someone really insists we revisit this.
Thank you, everybody. And I'm very saddened that this has spiraled this way, because this is not what I was trying to do. And to be accused of having acted in bad faith at any part of this is directly at odds with what I was trying to do the entire time. We were presented with some questions about recommendations to make on these issues. My goal was to lead this body through those questions that were presented. And the first time we had a vote on this, it was a deadlock. It was 5-5. And Mr. City, what's the result of a deadlocked motion?
It doesn't pass.
So what would the recommendation be to the city council on a deadlocked motion?
No recommendation.
Okay. I didn't think that it was considering, especially since we didn't even have a full committee here that night. I wanted to bring it back because I thought we had an obligation to make a recommendation, not a recommendation one way or another, a recommendation. That's why we brought it back the second time. And wanted to make sure everybody was here, and everybody was here, and it was great. We had a very long conversation. And it came out, it was 7-5. I have no interest in reopening that question. That's the recommendation of this committee. But we were also presented with this other question, and at the end of that long discussion, people were tired because we had worked hard. And I said, well, can we just bring that back at the next meeting if we're not up for further conversation? Some people think that's a roundabout way to try to reopen the question. I have no interest in reopening the question. I respect that the committee voted, you know? That's the decision. I looked at this as a separate question. I didn't make out a whole cloth. So that's why this came back. And it's a subtle difference, I suppose, but it wasn't something that was articulated in bad faith. So, you know, if the sense of this body is that this item should be tabled, I don't have a problem with that. And given that the acrimony that it has engendered in both the public and seemingly within the committee, which I really regret, I'll support tabling it. It's not that crucial to me. So, that's my thought. I want to do one thing here. Paul, was this the item you wanted to pull off the agenda earlier?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I apologize because I wish you had just, when we brought the item forward, just right then, just jumped in on. I'm sorry, I didn't recall at the time that you had suggested that, and I didn't remember which item.
That's fine, and I appreciate your, and I believe you're sincere in that. And so, not to belabor the point, I'd like to make a motion, and in full disclosure, I believe part of the issue we have here is we have been debating this for a long time. 5 months, where's my number here? I estimated a total of 21 and a quarter hours out of, hold on a second. 18 and a quarter hours of meeting, and out of that, 8 hours were dedicated to this. That's about 44%. So,
but it's the lived experience. It's much longer.
Time is relative. I think a physicist figured that out a while ago. But my point is this: I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to, in a non-customary manner, include some recitals to that motion. I know it's not appropriate in this context. However, since I can't point to a document right now that summarizes where we've been in the last 5 months, I've taken an attempt to cogently summarize it, because I think the motion to table this issue, which is the motion that I'm going to make, requires context. And this is my attempt to provide that context. So I have a draft of the motion. I'm happy to hand it out to everybody. Obviously, the simple motion is to indefinitely postpone item 7C, which is this item, and the related motions therein. However, I do have the recitals, which I think are important, and I want to make sure that they are part of the motion and that they're part of the record that eventually gets transmitted to staff, to council by staff. So that said, I'm going.
Can I ask you a question before you make your motion?
You can ask all the questions you want.
I'm prepared to support a motion to table enthusiastically.
I'm not.
I don't want to necessarily set forth a statement of reasons why we're tabling and be in a position where, like, I may not agree with the reasons, and I don't want to cause further acrimony by, saying, no, I'm not voting this because I disagree with recital number 2. I just think a clean motion to table would be a lot cleaner, and let us just move on.
I think you're right. However, I feel very strongly about this only because I think it is important that, so if you remember, I'm going to back up. If you remember back in April when it was a tie vote, I was suggesting that we just move on. We got a lot of stuff to do. Let's move on, and let's, kind of tongue-in-cheek, require that the council watch these videos, and then they'll know exactly how we feel. Obviously, that didn't work. We can't require them to do anything. So I'm trying to distill our position on this matter, and I am going to still put forward these things. I understand that you may not agree with the recitals. However, I believe the recitals that I'm going to provide are factual and lack opinion, and so it may belabor it, but in the interest of trying to be thorough and provide context and ensure that that context actually gets to the council, that's what I'm trying to do. So if there is another method you can think of that would make sure the context and the color gets into the document that they're going to see next month, I'm all ears before I make the motion.
I have a question to both of you since you used the word table. Does using the word table mean it's coming back to us?
No, my motion is going to be to indefinitely postpone this item. So it's gone indefinitely.
Would it be subject to, unless council directs otherwise?
I would not want it subject to, because my position on that, council has already, I don't want to use the word hijacked, but they've given us a really, we have spent so much time on this. I haven't heard that our end date is going to be extended. There are so many things in the city charter that need to be addressed, material things. There was a survey, I believe, done on how important are districts. Am I misremembering something? That there was a public survey?
May I just share something in the
And it was
interest
like
of time?
ranked 14th in terms of concerns?
Everything's at the interest of council. This committee was formed. It doesn't matter if it's in the language. We can set the order and form. Let's just
Okay.
move
Yeah,
to
so
a
I
motion.
want to move, I just want to find a way to, but to your, getting back to city attorney's question, I would not be in favor of that recommendation. I think it goes against the spirit of what everybody is saying here, number one. Number two, I think the public doesn't want that at this point. So that would be my answers to that question.
Okay.
I have a different suggestion. So earlier, city attorney said that he's going to make a report to the city council on September 30th. We tell the city council that the committee as a group, we do not recommend going to district, but if say, okay, but we still want to know your opinions about the numbering, district numbers and mayoring, then if the city attorney gets that direct from the city council, we come back and discuss.
Yeah, I wouldn't support that. So I'm gonna make my motion. I will read the recitals. If there's a problem with it, we'll table it. So.
I don't think you can just read a recital just because you want to.
I can make a motion, I think.
He can state his motion however he wants to, in my opinion.
So, whereas the Charter Review Committee of the City of Glendale, 2024 to 2026, over 5 meetings has extensively conferred and deliberated on the matters of transitioning council members' method of election from at-large to district-based, expanding the size of the council, and providing for a directly elected mayor rather than council-selected mayor. And whereas the committee has completed deliberations on these matters, fulfilling its charge from the council, and whereas the discussion of these matters is being continued in Agenda Item 7C, and that the motions presented in Item 7C are substantively consistent with motions presented by city staff to this committee on April 3rd, 2025, and whereas these motions failed by a committee vote on April 3rd, 2025, and when reintroduced on August 7th, 2025, did not advance to a vote, with the committee concluding it is not in the best interest of the city to transition from an at-large to a district-based method of electing city council members, nor establish the office of mayor as separately elected from the members of the city council. And whereas by a 7-5 vote on August 7th, 2025, the committee recommended that the city not place on the ballot an amendment to the city charter transitioning from an at-large method of election, nor an amendment to the city charter establishing the office of mayor separately elected from members of the city council. And whereas continued discussion of these settled matters would impede the committee's obligation under City Council Resolution 2437 to revise the city charter and address other matters including the civil service system, an elected city attorney, and an appointed city treasurer. Therefore, I move to indefinitely postpone item 7C and related motions. That's the end of my motion.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further questions for Babe?
Roll call, please.
Committee Member Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
No.
Garibian, Harutunian,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Manasarian, Meek,
No.
Megardician,
I would have to read the motion, so no.
Miller,
No, it's not a
Povolitis.
motion.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, and you.
Motion fails?
But can we go back to discussion, because I would have clarified, and I don't disagree with the foundation work that you've done, Mr. Karpetian. What I disagree with is a motion being that long. That's not a typical motion, and you have words in that. I guess all I'm trying to say is, I don't want to postpone it, I don't want to table it, we're done. Our recommendation is 5 to 7, we're done. Let's make a recommendation can't we send our recommendation? That's the motion I want to make, that we make a recommendation.
We've made the recommendation.
No, I understand that. We voted, but in order of moving this discussion along, because we keep coming back to it, I'm doing more of an administrative thing. Do we need a motion to get staff to send this to
No.
city? Okay, so when are we going to get there?
Just for clarification, my motion was strictly to table this item, 7C. That's all it was, and to your point, it was longer, which I prefaced, and I thought I articulated sufficiently why I think it's important to have the context on why we are tabling indefinitely this item. This item being the contingent motions.
Okay, then yes, sir.
Just again, to clarify, the motion that the committee approved at the last meeting that the council not place a charter amendment related to districts and mayorship on the ballot, that's the motion, and it will go
That's
to council.
final.
That's final. It'll go to council. No further action is required
And
on that.
when will we see the report that staff is preparing for council?
For September 30th, when we publish it the week before.
Thank you. So then my last point of question and clarification is, can you please define the difference between postpone, tabling, and done? For me, I might be just being stuck on semantics.
I would defer to the legal experts.
Just as, my thoughts from the chair on that point was, if the item is tabled without any note to return, it can't return unless somebody asks for it to be put on agenda, and at this point, I think it would require a motion and a second and a vote to bring it back.
And it would be required to be made by somebody who voted to table the motion. So somebody
But
voted no.
council could send it back to, see, I think the work of this committee is
Right.
done, but now it goes to council, and should council want us to revisit it, to your suggestion on wording, Mr. Garcia, subject to council, that would be the next step.
Committee Member
Otherwise,
Miller, if I may further explain
Yeah.
my rationale. The rationale for having these recitals as part of this motion, which then gets rid of this and we can move on, is so that when this does go to council, they will have already received our recommendation and our vote of 7 to 5. That was done last month, right? Second, and in addition to that, they would receive this motion, which says, look, we tabled this discussion about a contingent, what if you guys decide to do something else, and here is why and how we came to this, versus we just tabled it. Not tabled it, postponed it.
okay, I'll be done after this. It's just in relation to, I just am uncomfortable that we have gone over this for 3 months and we have done a lot of really, really good work, and in the interest of time, that's getting lost. And we're coming back with tabling, and somebody on this committee, because it's postponed, could bring it up. Our work is done. It's up to council to tell us the
Let me
next
ask,
step.
can we say this is done and we shall never see these things again? Can we even say that?
I don't think we have to. Our vote is that we're done, and now we're done.
To address Committee Member Miller's concern?
I don't know if it'll ever come back again, but we're going round and round, and we've spent a lot of time on whether we can do this. I just want to make a real simple, clean motion. We made a vote last week. We're hashing this out. We had people in the audience that were supposed to do civil service. I don't know where we're at with that. Can I just make a motion to table this item?
Is there a second?
I second.
Roll call, please.
Committee
Hold on a
members
second.
Durham,
Table or postpone?
Table.
No, he said table.
And what does table mean?
Means it's
It
just.
means it sits there unless somebody makes a motion to bring it back.
It's no longer
in.
under consideration.
Yep.
And it cannot be brought back unless somebody who votes in favor of tabling it requested to be put back on the agenda and it's approved.
And how does that differ from, point of clarification, how does that differ from indefinitely postpone?
I don't think indefinitely postpone has any particular meaning. I mean, table is just the term of art for.
And I would note, if it's tabled and the council still wants the committee to consider it, then it'll still require someone on the committee to ask that it be taken off the table. So, but anyway, so
Mr.
it's
Garcia.
possible that the council could say, we want you to consider it or take another stab at it. At that point, the committee will have to take an item to take it off the table.
And Mr. Garcia, in terms of the between table and postpone, that's your understanding of the difference between the two?
Postpone is just to
Continue it.
continue it to another date, or even if it's, not defined, it would be postponed. But table is, it's not going to be further discussed unless the committee asks for it to be brought back.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second to table the item. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
committee members Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
Yes.
Caribbean, Arutyunian,
Yes.
Karapetian,
Yes.
Manasarian, Meek,
Yes.
Megardician,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, and you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Quick question for the committee here and for the staff. We have two items left, both substantive, both potentially, I think just the beginning of discussions. The first being item D, the discussion of a directly elected city attorney and an appointed city treasurer, and E, introduction to the civil service system. I know we had some folks here who were specifically for the civil service item. My thought was, and this is a question for everybody, is that we continue item D to the next agenda, and we go to item E out of respect for the members of the public who came for that item specifically. But would like to hear others' thoughts on that.
Mr. Chair, for clarification, we have 4 comments for 7D and 0 for 7E.
If I can just add a little bit extra to that, as I'm looking at the same resolution that Committee Member Karapetian mentioned, 24-37, the City Council's charge was specific initially to take a look at a number of different things. Civil service was absolutely one of those first things that they were asking this committee to review. So it would be our desire for this committee to take that up tonight. That way, when we go to council on September 30th, we'll be able to report on everything that was in that original resolution.
Okay. Any thoughts? Alan?
Is one.
I'm sorry.
meeting- Oh, sorry.
I recognize now. I'll come to you, but he raised his hand and everything. You know.
I agree with the comments of our Assistant City Manager that the civil service should be a priority. Thank you.
And this is due by September, so it has to be done today, right? We have only today.
Well, it doesn't
We
have to be
don't-
done, no,
No,
again,
meaning we're not voting on it,
Correct.
but just to open a
Yeah,
conversation.
this, as I understand, we're not voting on anything tonight. This is an introduction to a fairly large topic, so it's a matter of getting the ball rolling.
Is the understanding that the directly elected city attorney and the treasurer item is therefore going to be on the next agenda? Is that?
I would be in support of that.
Can we,
That we-
can we,
it- Would somebody like to make a motion to continue item 7D to the next meeting?
I so move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we get roll call?
Committee members Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
Yes.
Caribbean, Hartunian,
Yes.
Carpetian,
yes.
Manasarian, Meek,
Yes.
Megradician,
Yes.
Miller,
No.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, you.
All right, the motion carries. So for members of the public, item D, the discussion of the directly elected city attorney and appointed city treasurer will be on the next agenda. Right now, we're going to move to item E.
Chair Flower, I'm sorry, but the motion is moving so fast, I would have given the here's the question I want to ask. I know your suggestion was to put it on the next agenda. Could we have made the suggestion to put it after the civil service items? Does it have to come back on the next agenda? Could it come back in December? We need time to be able to make comments as a committee before we go right to a vote, or after.
Would anybody like to make a motion to reconsideration? Motion to reconsider the prior motion? Somebody vote in favor of it so that we could reconsider this continuance.
How much time do we think this civil service matter is going to take?
It's a good
lot.
question. Committee member Cameron, I do, today, it'll, 15, 20 minutes? Is it, we're doing an overview? But I do want to advise, though, that this topic that we're asking you to look at, we think will take, after this meeting, at least 2 or 3 meetings.
That's what I want to know.
So-
My motion
Okay.
would be that you've asked for a motion. My motion would be, am I doing an
Well,
amended motion,
I
Mr.
think,
Garcia?
well, the motion's already been made, so to the chair's point, you would need to make a motion to reconsider that motion.
Motion to reconsider.
I'm sorry, you voted no on the motion to continue?
Oh, yeah, it has to
Is
be
that
for someone
correct?
else.
Okay,
So
so
it has
I'll
to be
make
someone
I'll
else.
make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second.
This is the motion to reconsider the motion to continue, item 7D.
To the next agenda item.
No, this is
just-
simply to reconsider the prior motion, right?
Correct.
You put it,
We have to undo the prior action in order to then consider what you're proposing.
okay, take a vote.
Does everybody follow what we're doing? You do? Okay,
Oh.
good. Thank you.
All we're doing is undoing the previous motion, and then the
proposal-
committee can decide what to do after that.
Roll call, please.
Committee members Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
Yes.
Caribbean, Hartunian,
Yes.
Carpetian,
Yes.
Manasarian, Meek,
Yes.
Megradician,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, you.
Okay.
All right.
I'd like to
So
make a motion to flip the order, take the,
You would take item 7D and then continue 7E.
so what I'd like to do is, the civil,
That's not why I asked for a resend. Would you
Well,
like me to
Floor's
clarify?
open now.
all right, then.
Would you like me to
Yeah, please,
clarify
please,
before you
yeah.
make a motion?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we take item D after 3 meetings when we go over the civil service items.
So is it that the committee take up the item 7D at the completion of its discussion deliberation on the civil
Yeah.
service system?
Well said. Let me restate my motion. I'd like to make a motion that the committee retake up item D at the conclusion of its discussion on the civil service system, item E.
I'll second that one.
Just to clarify that we're just flipping the order is all we're doing. We're still discussing it tonight.
Yes, but as I understand the motion, we wouldn't be coming back to the issue of city attorney and city treasurer until we have completely settled, we've completed all of our work on the civil service commission. So we couldn't have, for example, both topics on the same night.
No, I don't think that's right.
That's how I understood.
That's right.
Do we need any maybe clarification, or do you want to say why, so we kind of understand what's happening? Just for your reasoning, I just want to know why.
Item D has been discussed previously, and it ties into some of the other items that we've already discussed. We have delayed, bottom line, we've delayed the discussion on the civil service system, which has been a priority. We've gotten a directive from city staff as it relates to Councilmember Garpetian. I think we don't know how long we're meeting further, and I think our time is better spent on a topic like that.
Okay, so if I can respond. This introduction to the civil service system is going to take about 15 minutes. That's my understanding. 20 minutes.
Correct, but depending on how many questions there are on public comments.
Right, so that will happen, and then we will then get into the discussion, introduction, item D today. I think it's important to have that happen. I don't think it's going to, I thought item E was going to be like 2 hours. It's not going to be 2 hours. So I think we have enough time to take on both of these and then continue the discussion. That's my opinion.
So, Commissioner Garpetian, just one more point of clarification. I don't think discussion D is going to be short. And my understanding is we have public speakers here, we have a priority, and it would be 20 minutes on civil service, and then next time we meet, we would probably take the bulk of that, and then the next time we meet after that, we would take the bulk, and this would be on a future agenda item.
So
that is my motion.
So my response is there's also public speakers here for the item D. So we're gonna come back to both of these next time for sure. But I think it's important to get them started today.
Okay. So I just made a motion that undid what you want, so go where you want. I make a motion that we move to the discussion E, introduction to civil service system, and that we revisit discussion of directly elected city attorney and appointed city treasurer at the completion of discussion on the civil service system. I do. I'm going to stick with that.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Roll call.
Committee Member Durham,
Yes.
Flower,
No.
Caribbean, Hartunian,
Yes.
Carpetian,
No.
Manasarian, Meek,
Yes.
Megardician, Miller,
Yes.
Povolitis,
Yes.
Smith, and you.
We will return to D at some future date after final action on questions regarding the civil service system. And with that, we will take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. We're live.
All right. Call the meeting of the Glendale Charter Review Committee back to order. We are moving to item 7E, and I hear there's a staff report.
Let me just briefly introduce, if you haven't met, Assistant Director of Human Resources, Amy Martin, and you already know Principal Assistant City Attorney Lucy Varpetian. They're going to give you an overview presentation of our robust civil service system, which is governed by our city charter as well as civil service rules and overseen by the Civil Service Commission. This, as noted, is just an overview, a summary of what is in our charter. We're going to have several more meetings. We're going to briefly discuss kind of what the charge is related to civil services, some of the things we're looking at. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Varpetian.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you. We're going to be talking about the Civil Service Commission. This is the only commission that is in the city charter. What we'll do today is provide the broader overview and then bring it back at a later time or at the next meeting to talk about the specifics. By way of an overview, you'll find the civil service system in Article 24 of the Glendale Charter. It provides an overview of the civil service system in Glendale and requires that certain rules be included here in the charter, and then more specifically in the civil service rules. The origin of civil service is not unique to the city of Glendale. It was a reaction to the spoils system where government jobs were based on political loyalty rather than merit. But the purpose behind civil service is to promote merit-based hiring based on a competitive examination and ensure fair employment practices in public service. We'll get right into it. The composition of the commission is 5 qualified electors. These are individuals who are City of Glendale residents, voters. They are appointed by the City Council. They also serve without compensation. They have staggered 4-year terms until their successor is appointed. They are appointed by the City Council, as I said. And if there is a vacancy, they are filled for the remainder of the unexpired term. The duties and powers of the commission are pretty straightforward. They create and enforce rules for classified service. They maintain records and examination minutes. They look to the rules. They have a duty to, along with council, to amend the rules. So if there's going to be any rule amendments, that is done both by the city council and the commission together. If the rules are going to be amended or new rules are going to be adopted, that can only happen after public notice and a hearing. And while the charter doesn't specify, that usually also means that there's a meet and confer process with the employee associations. If a matter does end up being appealed to the commission does have subpoena powers. They may require the attendance of witnesses and the production of books and papers pertinent to a hearing that happens before the commission. There is a chief examiner. The chief examiner is sort of like the city manager role to the city commission, to the Civil Service Commission. The chief examiner is appointed and is not a commission member, and it acts as the secretary of the Civil Service Commission, and many times it is granted authority to carry out the will of the policies and the will of the commission in that role. The civil service rules are now going to be discussed by Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Marpetian. So the civil service rules provide for the classification of positions where positions are categorized as classified or unclassified, with classified positions having civil service protections. The rules also identify that unless competition has been suspended, examinations shall be competitive in nature, and that open positions must be advertised publicly. The civil service rules address the eligibility lists, which rank candidates by score based on the selection process administered, and are used for making appointments using the rule of 3. Eligible lists are valid for 1 to 2 years, and open eligible lists can be canceled for specific reasons as approved by commission. We just referenced the rule of 3 as it pertains to eligible lists. This hiring rule requires choosing from the top 3 eligible candidates for each vacancy, except when competition has been suspended. Any individual whose name is certified 3 times without being appointed will have their name dropped to the bottom of the eligible list. The rule also indicates that generally probationary periods cannot exceed 12 months, and that in the absence of an eligible list, temporary and seasonal appointments can be made for a period not to exceed 6 months. Additionally, under the charter and the civil service rules, promotions are based on multiple factors to ensure fairness and merit. This includes competitive examinations, records of efficiency, character and conduct, and seniority. Promotional exams are available to current city employees who have worked for the city for a minimum of 6 months and who meet the minimum qualifications as approved by the Civil Service Commission. Examinations can be open to only qualified internal candidates, open to the general public, or a combination of both. As part of the charter, the civil service rules also provide that a suspension without pay shall not exceed 90 days. Additionally, the adoption and amendment of civil service rules can take place only after a public notice and hearing are provided. Moving on to examinations, the charter requires that exams be competitive, public, and free. They must also be practical and job-related, designed to test applicants against the relevant qualifications for each position. There are 2 circumstances where competition in the form of examinations may be suspended. Those include recognized attainment and designated positions. Recognized attainment is when there is a very specialized position that requires a certain level of expertise. This type of an appointment requires a public hearing and unanimous commission approval. Designated positions are for specific high-level positions such as city attorney, director of public works, or any other office created by ordinance. For these positions, the commission may suspend open competition. All civil service positions are deemed classified with merit-based protections unless they are declared unclassified through the charter or by the Civil Service Commission. Examples of positions deemed unclassified by charter include elected positions, board and commission appointments, the chief examiner, the city manager, and assistant city manager. Additionally, the commission, with a 4/5 vote and after a public hearing, may deem any part-time, seasonal, or temporary position as unclassified.
The next slide talks about the tenure and protection from arbitrary dismissal. Employees in the classified service may be discharged or terminated only for cause. This provides job security and due process in the form of an appeal to the Civil Service Commission. The charter also provides for abolishment of positions, meaning layoffs, and the process in doing that. Reductions follow reverse order of lines of promotion. In other words, the person who has been here the least amount of time would be the first to be laid off. We call that bumping. And that's what the second bullet says. Seniority is considered in determining who is laid off. In one other part of the charter, so far we've been talking about everything that has been covered in Article 24 of the Civil Service of the charter. In Article 4 of Section 4, there are 2 important provisions that we'd like to highlight, and that is the appointment and removal of employees and department heads. Appointment and removal of employees by department heads are subject to approval of city manager and subject to civil service provisions of the charter. With regard to department heads, appointment and removal of department heads is by the city manager, subject to the approval of city council and subject to civil service provisions of the charter. So they still need to follow the civil service process in the removal of those. The potential areas of discussion that are being brought forth to you that we have just covered, that we will go into a little bit more deeper later, are the issues relating to the rule of 3. This is the hiring process. The limitation on the probationary period to 12 months. The length of the eligibility list, which is for a period of at least 1 year, but not more than 2 years. Department heads in civil service, bumping rules during layoffs, as we just mentioned. Duration of layoff and reinstatement list, again, specific rules about that. and alternative procedures for appeals of disciplinary decisions that go to the Civil Service Commission. So in summary, what we have provided to you are the broad topics that are in Article 24 of the Charter, and where we talk about civil service rules are there to ensure fair, transparent, and merit-based public employment, and the system provides a structure of accountability, due process, and efficiency in city hiring practices. That is the very high-level overview, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have now, and we will bring back many of these items in the future for a more in-depth review and explanation of each. Yes?
Is the chief examiner a city employee?
The chief examiner has a dual role. The individual is a city employee. The second title that the chief examiner holds is the Director of Human Resources. She couldn't be here today, but I'm sure she's watching. And so, yes, she does have a dual role. In hiring her as a department director, that's a responsibility of the city manager.
Subject to the commission approving the appointment of her role as the chief examiner.
Right.
Somebody mind if I ask a question? The chief examiner, while we're on the topic, you said the HR department head serves, is it permanently attached to that position?
Yes.
Is it ex officio? Okay.
And two questions. Just in laying out what's before us, do you have any idea of, within the charter, how many items within the language might be coming back to us? Secondly, the priority of which topics? And thirdly, I'm looking for the schedule. You get it? Yeah, if you could go back up. Okay, potential. So are those listed in order of priority?
I don't believe they're in order of priority.
Okay.
And I don't know that they have priority.
Yeah, I don't know that the council has given a priority, other than maybe the rule of three, probably maybe a little bit more attention than the others, but.
It looks like to me they kind of moved through the hiring process to the layoff process. It's kind
Okay.
of like
Yeah.
sequential almost, just because that's probably how they line up in the charter.
Exactly.
Okay.
And when it says potential, will we be discussing all of those? It looks like 3 meetings to me.
That's the intent.
Is it correct to assume that these are areas where there have been, in practice, problems in past times? So will we get generalized explanations of what those problems are without bringing up individual employees? Okay.
Yes, that would be
Thank you for asking that, because where I was going with the third question is, will there be a problem statement identified with each potential? What is the problem statement before us?
Yes, I mean, we will be discussing some of the challenges, the pros and cons of each, to give you an opportunity to consider the language that's currently in the charter and potentially offer some amendments.
Just to give us a sense of scope, how many, could we maybe get a high-level org chart? These are all the departments and people, so for me, I'm trying to get a sense of scale. How many people are we talking about? How many fall into the different categories?
You mean like classified versus unclassified?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
And also by department.
and by department,
Just to know.
yeah, and just so I can get a sense, is it bigger than a bread box, sort of proverbial question for me, just to understand the scale of the issue?
We can.
Thanks.
That slide is, okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Mr. Garcia, just out of curiosity, if, say, 5 of these resulted in recommended changes and got to the ballot, would it be one ballot measure because they're all related to civil service, or would it have to be separate ballot measures for each item?
It's a good question. I don't know that we fully analyzed that, but I do believe they're related, so they probably could go as one ballot measure, but we will look at that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add a couple of additional comments in the context of this, because these potential charter amendments affect personnel and affect the rights of labor organizations or employees represented by labor organizations. Part of this process is, whether it's during this process with the committee or after, requires us to engage in what's called meet and confer with our labor organizations. So that will be part of the process. We actually had started it when the council was discussing it in 2023. Given the delay or the referral to the committee, something that we'll have to pick up again. And then, of course, because the commission has oversight over these rules, we will obviously be getting their input as well. So this is a little bit different than maybe some of the other charter amendments where it's just you make a recommendation to council. There are a couple other pieces to this. The other thing I wanted to just advise the committee, as I've told the council and we'll be telling them again, there is a, I don't want to say recent, it's been about 10 years, a state law that revised the election code as it pertains to charter amendments. Generally speaking, cities can put them on the ballot at your statewide primary, which would be June for us of next year, or the statewide general, which is in November of next year. There's a specific provision that says any charter amendment that affects the employment rights of employees has to be placed on the statewide general election in November. So it's possible that these charter amendments may have to go in the November election. It's possible the council could consider putting them, all the charter amendments, at the November election. Just something for you to be aware of, that will be part of the discussion that occurs on the 30th.
So what you're saying is we have more time.
You potentially may have more time. The council may decide to split them, have one set of charter amendments in June, another in November, or just push them all to November.
If I may, I was looking at the 2004 recommendations, and I think things related to this topic were there. I haven't gone through it in detail. I know you were around then. Is there any color you can add in terms of what was discussed then, what was eventually put to the voters related to civil service? Just some context there.
You're testing my memory. I don't know that I can have an immediate recall of what was there, but I do believe that we did have some changes.
Let me just put a finer point on it, and we don't have to discuss it today. Maybe next time around, because it'd be interesting, it'd be informative for me to know, we brought up this thing 21 years ago. We thought we addressed it with this, in the charter and the changes, and it didn't turn out right. Or if there's anything we can glean from that effort 20 years ago as it relates to civil service specifically, if you can please let us know about that.
We'll go back and look at the record on that.
I'd be curious if the Civil Service Commission itself has commented on any of these issues. Not that I want to further tangle out the process, but they're the subject matter experts, I imagine.
In preparation of this meeting, we did notify the employee associations and the Civil Service Commission. We do plan to provide a more detailed briefing to them at their next meeting so that they're aware that the process is ongoing. And at a relevant time, they will probably have an opportunity, if they have the desire, to come and comment.
All right. And thank you for, I didn't also mention the bargaining groups because they were already part of the meet and confer process, but yeah, I hope that they would send representatives and give us their views as well.
What is a qualified elector?
I circled that.
You.
The only qualification for the Civil Service Commission is that you live and vote in Glendale.
That would be a qualified elector as far as the charter is concerned.
Which is usually a qualification for most of the commission
Right.
positions. That one's just in the
That's
charter.
how we qualified.
Right.
You're actually qualified to elect.
Exactly.
I realize that, and it's appointed by the city council, but with all of the technical aspects of this, it seems like they should be vetted in some way.
Well, certainly, I think that's the action that the council takes in making a determination of how to make appointments to every commission. So certainly they look at the qualifications of the individual when making those decisions.
I don't want to interrupt you, but at some point we need to.
The Civil Service, I'll just add that the Civil Service Commission is a little bit different than all the other commissions. The terms are different. The way that the appointees on the Civil Service Commission rotate in and out doesn't necessarily align with a council member's tenure that who appointed them. But I will say that for those reasons, the City Council, when they appoint those committee members, make sure that they in fact are qualified, but also represent a diverse background. So that's, you don't only have labor attorneys, you also might need different perspectives to have some cognitive, what the word is, huh? Diversity. What's that? Cognitive diversity. There's a better term for it, but it just, it escapes me now.
Do we have anybody who has to speak?
Chair, we had 2 requests to speak from the audience, 0 callers. One of the speakers just had to step out, so we have 1 now.
Okay, if they come back in before we're done, they can speak. Whoever's the person in the room, come on down.
Herbert Milano.
Well over 100 employees, and in previous jobs, I was the person hiring, but I was also the person firing. So I come with a good 30 years, probably more, of experience in the process of hiring and firing, creating job descriptions, modifying them, and having lawsuits and suing employees, the whole range. And I think experience for individuals who take part as a member of this Civil Service Commission is critical. If you don't have experience with individuals who have had situations where you need to go to court and understand the different ways in which they can create havoc in an organization, they should not be selected. I think that the quality of the individuals for civil service has to be high and demands that they have experience, either as an attorney experiencing it or in some kind of role. But having inexperienced individuals as civil service commissioners is dangerous. There's also a need to have an arm's length separation between the city council and those individuals that they select. Because in some cities, the arrangement can be made that a threat by a city council member to a particular manager is said, wait until you get to the Civil Service Commission because my guy's there. There must be a way of creating a separation so that council members have a true arm's length, and I would prefer that it be totally independent, that the council members actually don't have the type of leadway to be able to select people that they know for the particular agenda. I would suggest that in order to evaluate that, you need a report from the city attorney to figure out how many issues that are lawsuits, either that the city had to go to court or that they're defendants, to get a sense of the type of activity that needs to take place for you to evaluate. We also need, I'm running out of time here, there are reports that this commission has never had or discussed. For example, the workforce demographic report, a critical report that tells you by age, by, I should say, gender, by ethnicity, and what are the trends. They come into this without even knowing or receiving this type of reports for them to evaluate what policies need to be changed. There's a problem with nepotism in the city that is significant. During one 6-month period of time that I requested through the California Public Records Act, there were close to 40 people hired. And I hear comment because I come to the city council often. So I'm telling you, we need to evaluate who gets to the Civil Service Commission, and also what policies and requirements should be presented to them on a regular basis. Thank you.
Chair, those are all the comments.
The other speaker hasn't returned?
No.
If they pop back in.
Oh. So there's nothing further to the presentation. Are there any further questions or comments from the commission? All right. Okay, I'm going to go home and read the charter on this. But I scanned it, but I didn't want to spoil the ending. So I guess we'll be back at this in a month. And so I'm going to go on to the next item, which I believe is future agendas, which is going to be this. And we're not going to consider the city attorney or city treasurer positions until we're done with this. But are there other items that people think should be brought up, considered?
Is there, I saw something float around that was just handed to us regarding whistleblower protections. Is that something that is in the charter currently? Sorry, whistleblower protections? Is that something that's currently addressed in the charter? Would it be appropriate to be addressed in the charter? Does it have a place in the charter?
I would take that comment to mean civil service protections as it relates to someone raising issues. And so, yeah,
it's come up a couple of times now, so if you could address that as part of the ongoing presentation when we get to the civil service protections?
Is there currently some ordinance or statute or whatever the appropriate mechanism would be that discusses that, contemplates that topic?
There are state laws covering whistleblower protections, but nothing in our charter specifically.
Okay, but those state laws obviously apply.
Yes.
So, okay.
And we can certainly discuss in the context of some of these issues.
I do want to just, I know we just voted to not discuss item D, but do we have a sense of when we will get to item D?
we anticipate that, depending again, the questions that we get, the amount of depth you want to get to on each of these, we're anticipating at least 2 more meetings where we will discuss civil service.
So in the past, we have been able to get into very meaty topics, but also take maybe not so meaty topics. Is there any way that we can entertain at least planting the seed of item D so that we?
Right now, we're bound until we've taken final action on all the civil service issues.
Unless there's another motion to unwind that and do all that. Okay.
Well, rather than make another motion, I might make a suggestion. It came to my attention after I made that motion that there were 4 public speakers on it. So if your request to go there is because of that, I suggest you make a future agenda item that's very limited in scope, that doesn't derail us. I mean, you can make whatever motion you want, but if you're looking for a different way.
Oh, I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to derail us.
To get the topic in there, my intent was not to not have the public speak. My intent was strictly to get us on task with some of the priorities that have been delayed.
Okay, so is there anything, I guess, prohibiting me from, given what Committee Member Miller just stated, is there anything prohibiting me from asking that we bring item D?
I wouldn't bring it in that same format as my suggestion.
What if we get through the next meeting and kind of see how we do with the meat of civil service? Because I think we're going to have at least 1 full meeting on it.
I'm good with that.
And then if it looks like we're making progress, we can bring back the thing to bring it back at an earlier meeting.
I'm good with that, and I'll just end on this. Item D is tied into this, which is why I thought it was appropriate to consider all of this together.
Are you suggesting we table the issue of whether or not to put something on the agenda at a future meeting?
No, I'm just suggesting we suggest it at a later time, because I think we're all a little tired at this point.
I move to adjourn.
Chair, we have 2 speakers for
Never
item
mind,
8.
I don't.
For future agenda?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take the...
Okay. Ejman, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So for future agenda items, I'm not going to suggest that we bring back the city districting, since it's a motion to table. I'm assuming it's going to come back by staff or someone else. But on a serious note, I want you to all. This is an option that you have. I think someone who's able to earn everyone's trust should be in charge of running the meeting. And from the comments, the public comments that you saw today, from the way the meeting was conducted last time, I believe it warrants asking, I'm going to ask him personally for Chair Flower to step aside and allow the board to nominate and appoint a new chair. I was asking a committee member earlier, why did she vote on a certain issue? And she said, I got confused while everything was going on. Part of the job of the chair is to clarify amendments when there is a consensus building, offer, not force, certain motions, and we did not see that happening. Also, I want to bring this up. A comment was made that there is no conflict of interest. Both city attorneys are member of the LA County City Attorney Associations. They are practically colleagues. If I were ever to make based on the proceedings today, if I were to make a change to the charter review, I would make sure there is no other city attorney on a charter committee ever. I think it's extremely improbable for someone who's a city attorney to be on this committee, and in my opinion, he might disagree to push the agenda of his colleague sitting next to him. He's welcome to share his comment, but I think what happened today was very wrong. Last time, you wanted to move forward and make a motion, and he was doing a temperature check. That's like taking an informal vote. That's wrong. That's against Robert Rules of Order. The city attorney will try to, because it's almost having your assistant helping you pushing an agenda forward. So I would strongly suggest that you agendize nominating a new chair. Other than that, I would like you to consider all the items that Herbert Milano suggested, and most importantly, the idea of creating an audit committee that is, the members of this committee are appointed by the state auditor. That would bring enormous amount of transparency and accountability to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Herbert Milano, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, members. I cannot emphasize enough the level of importance of what you are doing and the opportunities that you have. You only have a certain really limited time between the time that you finish with this process and the time that City Council is going to get it. And so be truly judicious with your time. So I'm recommending for the future to really take a look at the, should we say, the documents that I handed to you on things that are of financial critical importance for you to look at, to present, and to bring back to this committee to take up. I get the sense that our chair has an agenda. I have the sense that the agenda comes from the City Council, transferred from the staff, not to include all of these other significantly pertinent issues that have to do with finance, oversight, transparency. They don't want it. And it is up to this commission, this committee, to bring those forward, because we will have, that is the one thing that they cannot change. They can come in and say, we have this particular ordinance, and a month later, 2 months later, they're basically switching it and basically make it adaptable to them, but not when it's in the city charter. That's why the things that I'm bringing to you have such a profound significance. So when you spend an hour haggling over, should we say, technical minutiae about a topic, I'm thinking, my God, all of these billions of dollars of commitments that we have in the city, they are not being addressed. Significant issues when you look at the trends with regard to exponential trends in expenses without control. You have situations where the city is having deficits that are significant, and you haven't even gotten to the full set of problems that occur with the Civil Service Commission. These other topics that I bring to you, I spent 40, 80 hours, even more, trying to bring it to you so that you read it and figure out the essence of how important they are, because I've been doing this for 25 years. And I've attended over 500 meetings of city council meetings, in just about every meeting throughout the city. And I tell you, these you got to change. You have to look at, you got to study so that you can bring it up. This is your one chance in 20 years to do something about it. Please read it, learn it, present it to the chair to make sure that it gets done, because he's not going to help you out. That's my feeling. He's not going to allow you to bring up stuff that has to do with these other issues. He's going to say, there isn't enough time, right? Or we have to get this moving, or you're going to waste a lot of time in minutia. It's up to you. Take control of your role in this committee and bring those issues forward, please.
Thank you. Those are all the speakers.
Okay. There's nothing else for the good of the order. There was a motion previously made to adjourn. Would you like to restate that motion?
Yes, I restate the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. Good night.